All right. Shout out to everybody around the world that's tapping in right now. We are live. We are going to cover UFC 310. Ian Gary taking on Shavkat Rakhmonov. And then you got Kai Asakara challenging the 125 champion of the world in his UFC debut. A great concept. I really love this concept. And we are about to witness it all tonight, live, right here. Let's do it. So everybody that's tapped in right now, like and subscribe. Let me know in the comments section where you are from. Let's see here. They also have an octagon event going on in Poland. That's always interesting to know. That's probably going to be the focus of today's fights. So here we are. We are live right now. Let's get it. All right. How about this? First fight of the night, Clay Guida taking on Chase Hooper. All right. So here we got Chase Hooper walking out right now. Here we go. Chase Hooper and Clay Guida are the first fight of the night. Now, how crazy is that? Clay Guida. Here we go. What music is he walking out to? I think this is what is this? ACDC. He's walking out to ACDC with the American flag. But little do people know that the ACDC band is from England. Yeah, that's crazy, man. His UFC debut was way back in '06. And then he's turning 43 tomorrow. That's crazy. And he is still over here at 43 years old. Well, DC said something to the effect right now that you don't really get that feeling from uh, Guido or Jim Miller of being too old. And I think the reason for that is because of the kind of levels that they're fighting at. I think that really has a lot to do with it. Yeah, so the only reason why Clay Guida is able to compete the way that he can right now is because of the level that he's fighting at. You see, right now, if DC was to fight at the level that he ended at, which is a championship top one, top five level, it's not going to sustain him. And the reason why this is sustainable for Jim Miller and for Clay Guida is because they have the right age. I'm sorry, the right bracket for their age. Because they're not fighting top 10, top 15 guys. And for crying out loud, this is why Clay Guida and Chase Hooper are the first fight of the night. But also kind of shows you just how uh, just how stacked this card is. Right, here we go. 42-year-old Clay Guida. Here we go. Youth versus experience between Clay Guida and Chase Hooper. So here we go. All right, and Keith Peterson is the referee for this fight. All right, here we go. Round one, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Here we go. 43-year-old versus the youth of Chase Hooper going at it right now. Round one. 455, 454, 453, 452. Goes for the kick. Now they're clinched up. And Chase Hooper's using a bit of some front kicks there to distance the range. Oh, nice body kick by Chase Hooper, but Clay Guida is going for a takedown right there and misses. So let's see how Clay Guida does here. There we go. They're clinched up right now, and Chase Hooper is looking for a takedown. They got a body lock. Chase Hooper's really trying to work for this takedown right here, but good defense on the part of Clay Guida right now. Nice takedown. So he finally gets him down, Chase Hooper. He's got a 3/4 mount right now. And there it is. He's going with a 6-12 elbow, which, by the way, is legal now. Okay, now he scrambles out. They're back on the feet, clinching right by the cage right now. Ooh, that was a nice judo hip toss by Chase Hooper. And then they get right back up, and then, yeah, Guido was going for a guillotine there. And then there's Chase Hooper right there. He's looking for a submission. He's got the back. Yeah, the way that he's got his legs laced up right now, it's sort of he can do that, or he can go for a body lock. But he seems comfortable in this position right now. 226, I'm sorry, 214, 213 of the first round right now. All right, so there we go. Now, Chase Hooper is looking for an armbar. Out of nowhere, he gets an armbar. That's nice right there. He got his back right now. Yeah, Chase Hooper is way all over Clay Guida right now. Oh, that is good. He's got him in an armbar position right now. He tapped. He tapped. He tapped. Chase Hooper gets a first round submission. Great grappling by Chase Hooper. Really good grappling on the part of Chase Hooper, and they embrace each other with sportsmanship. All right, good job. Great job by Chase Hooper right there. Really high level jiu-jitsu on his part. Wow, man. Yeah, he got that arm straight away. That was a great finish. All right. And you know what? That's literally just the first fight of the night. Here we go. So let's take a look at the replay right here. Guida goes for a single and counter by Chase Hooper. He gets a judo hip toss. They get right back up on the feet. Chase Hooper goes for a single leg, falls right down into his back, and then out of nowhere, he was able to get that arm bar right here. Okay, from the mount position, it was from the mount position. He was either looking for a choke or a mount position, and then he goes right into the arm bar, which was an opening. And with the resistance of Clay Guida, he ended up on that position and got the submission. Brilliant part on the part of Chase Hooper. As soon as he was able to get Clay Guida on that arm bar, put him on his back, he hyperextended that arm and got the tap. Amazing. Great job by Chase Hooper on that one. Wow. So he was 20 years old when he started fighting in the UFC. That's crazy. 20 years old. And then he said 5 years later, 10 fights in the UFC. Yeah, his striking definitely looked great. He did a great job implementing those front kicks. Oh wow, yeah, he rolled him over, and not only that, he was putting a figure four within the armbar. Look at that. It's a different kind of armbar that he applied here. But there's a figure four right there. Diego Lopez says, that was sad. I wanted Guida to win. Well, you know what? Diego Lopez, you know what's beautiful about MMA is that there is no fairy tale in this. I said in my prediction show regarding this fight that this was just one of those fights where Chase Hooper, the top prospect, was being fed uh, the veteran. But again, the only reason why Clay Guida and Jim Miller can fight to their potential at their age is because they adjust their competition. And look at this. The next fight is Michael Chiesa versus our very own in Sacramento, Griffin, Max Payne Griffin. Look at that. Sacramento's very own. All right. Little warm up session that they got going on right there. Ian Gary and Shopcott are going to have a fight tonight. That's all right. So while we wait for the next fight, let's take a look at some videos. All right, guys, next fight. In between the fights, I'm going to play a video that I had recently just released. Nate Diaz Mantrell. I'm going to hop in and out as this video is going. Okay.
Well, you're probably wondering how did we get here? And to be quite frank, this is not the first time that Nate Diaz has done this. If you look back at his history, obviously there have been plenty of occurrences that this has happened. Obviously, this is a guy that we're looking at right now who sort of takes the smallest infraction as a big victory. And again, that's a talent and an attribute in and of itself. I mean, do you remember when he rocked Leon Edwards, okay, who is the former welterweight champion at the time, right now, obviously recently defeated by Bilal Muhammad, but still one of the best in the world. And at that time, was on his way to becoming a champion after defeating Nate Diaz. Obviously, went on to fight Usman right after. But he has such a serious self belief that even though he was getting beat all five of these rounds, he had one moment where he rocked Leon Edwards and said, you know what? I won this fight. That's how petty Nate Diaz is. And that's just objectively speaking, it's not to hate on him in any kind of capacity. Well, now you're probably wondering, what does that have to do with this and how does this relate? Quite simple. Nate Diaz did this to feel like he won something. Now, I understand that he has beef with these guys, and I'm going to get to the history behind that in a minute. But understand this, Nate Diaz thinks that this is a victory because Nate Diaz views Islam Makhachev and his team as a threat. Okay? Again, it's a combination of two things. You have to understand that. He views them as a threat, but he also understands that doing these small infractions, just like what I mentioned, where he's getting beat for 5 rounds by Leon Edwards, only to come back and have one shot in the entire contest. Okay, that's all that he needed was that one shot in the entire contest to declare himself as the winner. But the winner of what exactly? The winner of being the guy that will engage in violence first and foremost before anybody else? Maybe. He definitely won that, but understand there is no victory in that in terms of in-cage activity, because that's something that Team Eagle has going on over Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz loses a fight to Jake Paul, no problem. Nate Diaz loses a fight to Leon Edwards, as we've seen, no problem. He loses a fight to Conor McGregor, even though he won the first fight, no problem. He wins a fight against Anthony Pettis, but gets brutally beat up by Jorge Masvidal. He was going to get beat up by Khamzat, but instead they replaced him and got Tony Ferguson against him as a replacement, only for Tony Ferguson to get submitted, which is everything that we would have expected. And Nate Diaz went out as the winner anyway. And he went out as the winner in a way where as if he had beaten Khamzat, even though Khamzat had fought that night against Kevin Holland and beat him convincingly and easily, which we got to think, man, Khamzat would have beaten his butt way even worse than that. Okay, but if you want to know why Nate Diaz did this, it is because of a moral victory that he had sort of made up in his head. I'm going to throw this bottle. I'm going to look like a complete badass. I'm going to look like an absolute man-child while doing it. But that's okay, because I'm going to have the moral victory by the end of all of this. And by the way, this is not the first time that he's done this. So here we are, fight week of UFC 310. What comes is a press conference for UFC 311 and brings Team Eagle into the mix because Islam is here to promote his fight with Arman Sarukian. Omar Nurmagomedov is here to promote his fight against
Right. We're live right now for the Max Griffin fight. So we're gonna watch more of that later on as the time goes on and in between fights. But if you want to watch the entirety of that, it is available in the video section titled um, Nate Diaz, Man Child Street Fights Islam. Obviously, a reaction to a little bit of their backstage scuffle that they had going on this week. But yeah, for now, we are live for the Max Griffin and the Mike Chiesa fight. Now, can you imagine just how awesome this fight is right here, just early into the card? I mean, amazing. Can't wait. I wonder what song it is that Max Griffin is walking out to here. I believe he may be walking out to some Looney Corleone song. It's a local Sacramento artist out here, I believe. Michael Chiesa walking out to his traditional song, which is Stranglehold by Ted Nugent. Obviously, you guys know Ted Nugent to be a very active political figure of some sort, right? A guy that sort of uses his musical uh, notoriety to help a political cause that he may believe in. So much respect to that, and shout out to Ted Nugent as we are witnessing Michael Chiesa walk out to stranglehold by Ted Nugent, ready to go and take on Max Griffin right here. Great fight, man. I am so excited for this fight. You know, usually, if you're an MMA content creator, one of the most important things to have is strong enthusiasm. The problem with having strong enthusiasm all the time is that you got to have the right fights to do it. And man, let me tell you, tonight, one fight after another, it is going to be so exciting that I'm going to keep a certain level of excitement and zeal for these matchups. I'm really curious to see how this fight is going to go between Mike Chiesa and Max Griffin, because guess what? This fight right here is probably one of the biggest 50-50 fights in all of the entire card. But we shall see. All right, let's go. Mike Chiesa taking on, well, Max Griffin. Let's go Max Griffin as well. He's a Sacramento guy. Well, Mike Chiesa has came and trained out here in Sacramento as well. So just to all right, here we go. Tail of the tape. Max Griffin looks great for 39 years old. Me and Max Griffin are obviously the same age. We come from the same town, so we both don't look bad for 39 years old, huh? You know what I'm saying? Or looking like some young chaps ourselves at 39, so that's always impressive. All right, Sacramento, California represent. Max P. Griffin. All right, here we go. Mike Chiesa is being introduced right now. Here we go. Mike Chiesa has now been announced. All right, so Mark Goddard. All right, here we go. Round one. Here we go. Max Griffin takes the center of the cage. Mike Chiesa backs up, starts clawing away at Max Griffin. Max Griffin throws a jab, sort of like a reaching jab of some sort. The same type of jab that Mayweather hints and sort of frowns upon, right? He sort of like what he told Devin Haney. He's like, hey, Devin, why are you jabbing like this? Devin, we here, not here. He said, we here. Control. That's what Mayweather said to Devin Haney in regards to Ryan Garcia. But here we go. Sort of a feeling out process right now at 4:08, 4:06 of the first round. Ooh, that was good. Okay, now Mike Chiesa takes Max Griffin down. Now he has his back. Oh, okay, now he's got the arm trap. He's got the arm trap while Mike Chiesa is being held by Max Griffin in a backpack, but Mike Chiesa has his back. While Mike Chiesa's arm is stuck in between uh, Max Griffin. So, all right, now he's out of it. Oh, that's a nice head kick by Mike Chiesa. Sort of a block by Max Griffin when he had his hands up right there. Yeah, Max is definitely trying to pace himself a little bit in this one. All right, here we go. Ooh, that was good. Yeah, it's very good pace on the part of Griffin, though. Yeah, obviously Mike Chiesa had the better of the grappling exchanges early in this round. Ooh, it's a good connection by Griffin there. 107, 106, 105 in the first round right now. Oh, that was a good one. Oh, that was a good right hand by Max Griffin right there. Oh, wow. And then Max Griffin gets right back up. Oh, this is a very intense matchup. Oh, now he's got his back. Oh, wow. That was a good transition by Mike. Yes. All right. There it is. Yeah, definitely a good and positive round for PS on that one. Trying to test that out a little bit. All right, here we go. Round two. Round two. Nice, nice, nice. Nice, nice. That's a good one right there. Yeah, Mike Chiesa looks a whole lot less loose than, let's say, that of Max Griffin. Max Griffin is definitely the one that is way more comfortable with striking. Yeah, that is a good point. Chiesa is sort of a specialist, isn't he? Ooh, nice head kick by Chiesa right there. Yeah, just still just stuck in this clinch position right now. There we go. There's a single leg attempt by Mike Chiesa right here. Now they're separated. All right, so there it is. There's a single leg attempt by Mike Chiesa. There's a little bit of a dirty box in there, hitting him with some straight shots. Yeah, it's just a constant pressure on the part of Mike Chiesa, isn't it? Just look at some openings right here. Yeah, it's Max Griffin has no answer for any of these grappling exchanges, which, quite frankly, I think is more in the favor of Mike Chiesa. Yeah, great job on Mike Chiesa on that one. Yeah, those are very Randy Couture-esque in the way that he's throwing those dirty boxing right there. It's like more of a grab and punch type of approach. Max Griffin is standing while in between the rounds. I don't know if this is a good idea, although some people do think that it is a good idea to do it, and then some don't. But I guess it just depends on your taste of things. All right, here we go, round two. All right, so he's got to let his hands go right here in this round. Yeah, I'm very surprised with this fight. I had Max Griffin winning this fight, but maybe a little bit biased on my part because he's a San Diego, I'm sorry, a Sacramento guy. There we go. Just in the last stretches right here. What is Max Griffin going to do? All right, nice. He got the takedown right there. Now he's got his back. And the finish right here. I can feel it. I can feel that Mike Chiesa has a chance to get the finish right here. Right here. Oh wow. Okay, he's about to choke him right here. Mike Chiesa is about to choke him. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. He tapped. He tapped. He tapped. He tapped. He got it. He got it. He got it. All right. Awesome performance by Mike Chiesa. Good job on Mike Chiesa. Submission win on that one. All right. All right, man. Yeah, there is a Seattle card in 2025, huh? That's gonna be awesome. Okay. All right. All right. Well, great win. Great win on the part of Mike Chiesa. I underestimated him going into this fight, but you know what? DC, he was one of the last few specialists in the game right now, and he used that specialty to his bread and butter. Congratulations. All right. Back for the next fight. On to this video right now. I'll see you guys in a bit.
The champion, Rob, which, by the way, I think is going to be a clean sweep, but that's a completely different story and a completely different conversation for another MMA topic and video. But Nate Diaz saw them and he felt that he needed to stand on business. So I need you to understand that. I need you to understand that I'm looking at this from two lenses. I understand that he's looking at it from a lens of,
hey, how about that? What's his name? He's 37 years old today. That's why I was here in the happy birthday chat. So great win for Mike Chiesa, and big shout outs to him for his birthday and getting a win on his birthday. Couldn't be better. Big ups to him on that one.
this is my enemy. These are the guys that I have to fight. These are the guys that I beef with. And that's another thing. I don't even know if he has any intentions of wanting to fight any of these guys. I'll tell you what, there've been some plenty of street fights and altercations where I thought, man, you know what? Nate Diaz would make a good opponent with this guy, make good numbers, and have a good promo. Mayhem Miller was one of them. Mayhem Miller could have fought Nate. Mayhem Miller could have fought Nick at the time that Mayhem Miller sort of entered the UFC, but I think he fought Michael Bisping, and that was that. But nonetheless, other street brawls that the Diaz brothers have gotten into was because of Jason Mayhem Miller. Now, for those of you that don't know anything about Jason Mayhem Miller, let me give you a little bit of a brief introduction. Well, obviously, I did not want to make this conversation about Jason Mayhem Miller to any extent, but I got to be honest, right? He's an interesting character, and it sort of gives you a little bit of a context into this street fight that he had with Nick and Nate Diaz in that infamous Nashville brawl they had going on. So Mayhem Miller was a host of the town, and what the concept was, whenever they had a bully, they brought him in to fight or spar these MMA fighters, and if they could last a certain round or a certain amount of time, then they would be compensated money. And if they weren't able to do so, then I don't know, I guess they would give it to the other guy or give it to the bully, the bully that was supposed to go in there and fight the MMA fighter, and his victim would be watching on as Mayhem Miller is hosting the whole entire show. So I believe was around from 2009 to 2012. I think, yeah, that's when the show Bully Beatdown had just started and ended, was right around that time. So, yeah, the format obviously was a professional fighter, the MMA fighter, or $10,000 to the bully, so on and so forth. Yeah, I urge you guys to take a look at that. Very good show nonetheless. But anyways, yes, I'm trying to give you guys a context of what MMA looked like. MMA obviously back then looked like a straight up circus, more of a circus than it is now, if you could even imagine that, right? Because we had all types of characters like this. Not only did you have characters like Jason Mayhem Miller, the likes of Kimbo Slice that was around that time, you also had Nate Diaz, obviously was a contender, and as a result of that fight against Jake Shields, he wanted a match. Now, Jake Shields here, Henderson, okay? And this is when this infamous situation had gone. So the date of this time was April 17, 2010. And again, wanted to give you a little bit of that Mayhem Miller tribute back there to sort of give you an idea of what MMA was back then, okay? So obviously it wasn't as mainstream as it is now, but nonetheless, it had a certain following, right? And they were trying to get into good graces of the mainstream, okay? But that wasn't the case. So obviously, following the Jake Shields victory over Dan Henderson, Miller entered the cage unexpectedly during Jake Shields' post-fight interview. So during the interview, what does Miller do? He goes and interrupts Jake Shields and asks, "Hey, where's my rematch, buddy?" And Jake Shields and his associates, by the way, Gilbert Burns was one of those guys, pushed Mayhem Miller away. Melendez, Nick Diaz, Nate Diaz, and other members of the Cesar Gracie Jiu-Jitsu camp attacked Miller, starting a brawl right there. The fight was eventually broken up by officials and Dan Henderson's corners and promoters and the security in that whole entire place in Nashville. And Miller and 5 other participants were given a 3-month suspension and a fine that ranged about $5,000 to $7,000. So not much of a fine back then, I would argue, right? I don't know. Not really. What do you think? Is that a lot or what? No? No, not for today. Not a lot for today's standards, but it was a lot back then. And then considering that MMA fighters at the time really didn't make that much money, right? So next thing you know, one thing led to another. This is what we got in that whole entire situation. So following the events of the Nashville Brawl, Miller expressed interest in fighting Nick Diaz. And again, a fight that never happened. And why am I bringing this up? Because once again, Nick and Nate are doing exactly this. They're picking fights with people they know that they're not going to fight, but for whatever reason is going to create a big buzz outside of the cage by fighting them. But Nick Diaz and Miller would have been great money. The 170-pound Diaz refused, stating he was a Strikeforce welterweight champion and needed to continue fighting people his weight. So he requested Miller to move down to 170 to fight him. And by the way, Miller did fight at 170 back in the day. So Miller continued to attempt a setup fight, offering a 185 catch weight. And by the way, I believe that is the weight that Diaz and Anderson Silva fought in. But then eventually Diaz fought Anderson Silva at 185. He didn't do too bad, actually. Diaz countered an offer of a 181 catch weight. Strikeforce CEO Scott Croker expressed interest in scheduling this fight, but was unable to because Strikeforce got acquired by Zuffa in the UFC, and then that's how Miller got signed. But yeah, not to make this about Miller in any kind of way, but obviously it was an important part of Nick and Nate Diaz's life, and it kind of shows you where they are, right? And what they're willing to do if you put them in certain situations like this. Now, they obviously felt threatened by Mayhem Miller in some kind of way. I don't know why, or maybe they just did that because there was just a lot of testosterone roaming in the room. But anyways, not the first time that they've done that. Now, going back to the New Orleans Misfits boxing card, okay, where Nate Diaz throws a bottle at one of the influencer boxers. Gets into a situation there outside, the same thing. Guess what happens? Speaking of influencers, how about that Logan Paul lookalike? He puts him in a guillotine choke, then drops his head on the floor, which, by the way, is extremely dangerous because he could have unalived him, do all types of worse things to him. And by the way, how about the Conor McGregor fight, the rematch they had in UFC 202? He didn't want to stay there any longer. Conor obviously was really sharp with the tongue back in the days. Nate Diaz, not so much. I mean, he was never really that sharp in the tongue. He is an exciting personality, a must-see TV type of character, but he was never a trash talker in any kind of way. And even for Conor McGregor himself, all of that kind of deteriorated along with his fighting skills as well. But nevertheless, Nate Diaz walks out and he gives Conor McGregor the finger. And what does Conor McGregor do as a result of that? He goes and throws a bottle at Nate Diaz, and then he throws a bottle back, and then they go back and forth. And then how about that the PFL? Nate Diaz and Khabib were at the PFL along with his team. They got into it there. They got into a scuffle, which ultimately is what led up to all of this situation going on right now. So it's just Nate Diaz standing on business by the end of the day. And I want to bring up some nuances about that because I think it's really important to sort of understand the full scope of what's going on here. Okay. I want you to understand that I'm looking at this from two different lenses. Number one, I'm looking at it from the lens of how immature and how man-child-like behavior this is from Nate Diaz. And by the way, even though I have that particular caption on the thumbnail, I'm telling you that I don't necessarily really believe that. But why am I saying it? Because there's a lot of people out there that will call him a man-child. But do I have a different opinion on this matter? As a matter of fact, I do. My opinion on this matter is that whether I like it or not, obviously, you know that I am a big supporter of Khabib Islam and his whole entire team. But to be unbiased about this whole situation, I'm just going to call it right down the middle and say that Nate was standing on business. And that's the way that I perceive it as somebody that understands the mentality of the streets, somebody that understands the ethos of what it means to never back down and stand on business. That's all Nate is doing on protocol. He's standing on those principles. So I can't really fault him for taking that type of initiative. But at the same time, why is it that a lot of people out there view what Nate Diaz did as man child immature like behavior? Well, here's the thing, right? Most guys, whenever they're challenged, especially if they have a very fiery personality, straight away they're going to go and respond in a very harsh manner against that person. They're going to attack them, they're going to verbalize it, or maybe even do it into physical form. What
All right. Joshua Van about to fight Cody Gordon. All right, here we go. Round one. Durden versus Joshua Van. Yeah, very fast pace going on right now. Now Cody Durden got a double leg takedown attempt. Joshua Van is stuffing it right now. See, that's an interesting take when Cody Durden's corner was telling him, hey, don't work harder than what you don't have to. I know exactly what he means by that. One of the biggest things they emphasize in jiu-jitsu is constant composure and being able to learn how to take your time, being patient. So Cody has the takedown completely secured. Joshua Van's trying to get up from here. Dern's doing a very good job of ground control right here. Really good job on Joshua Van to get up so easily like that. But Cody Dern's still on his back. Vance is doing a very good job of stuffing these takedowns right now. Really challenging the takedown offense of Durden right here. Ended a round right there. I think that round right there was won by, yeah, I'm going to say Durden won that round. Durden won that round. All right, here we go. The training partner of Pantoja, Cody Durden. The boxing of Joshua is really good right here. Really good. Here it is. Nice stuffing. And then there's a good knee right there at the end of that stuff. Yeah, Joshua Van looks really good. Oh, wow. He just rocked him right there. Good body shot. Ooh, that was a good hook. Ooh, those were some good shots by Joshua Van. Shout out to Daniel 2118. What's going on, my man? Good uppercut. Good shots right there. There's a good little back and forth going on right now, but a lot more crisper on the side of Joshua Van. Now he's got a body shot right there. Wow, that's crazy. He said that he never trained wrestling up until he got into the UFC. But his wrestling looks pretty good now. Good boxing, good angles by Joshua Van. Yeah, that's a very good point. He is very efficient in his movement and his boxing right now. Ooh. Ooh. Real good shots. And he's just continuing on with this pressure and continuing on with this pace. Really efficient, really, really efficient in his movement, really efficient in his output as well. There it is. That's the end of the round. One more round to go. Shout out to the new subscribers out there. And by the way, don't forget to like and subscribe as we cover this live fight night right now. Pay-per-view, third round, Joshua Van, Cody Durden, live right now. All right, here we go. Third and final round. Yeah, real urgent instructions by the corner of Cody Durden. Simply because, hey, you know what? He's not doing too well in the fight. His corner recognizes that. So, oh, What a heavy right hand of his own. Okay, now doing something a little. Oh, man, this is a really good fight right now, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for all those that are tapping in. Here we go. Oh, that's a nice leg kick by Joshua Van right there. Yeah, Dern's really hurt right now. It's really messed up. Yeah, Cody Dern definitely needs to do something different here. You know, he's not doing anything different. He is doing something different early on, but it just isn't enough right now. Okay, there it is. See, like that. He tried to shoot in for a takedown, but great job on Joshua Van for stuffing these takedowns. By the way, guys, tap in, like, and subscribe. Let me know on the comment section where you guys are from. All right, had his mouthpiece off there for a second. Now they're back right into it. Ooh, that was a good hook by Joshua Van. He can go for a finish in this one right here. Ten seconds left. I don't think he's going to get a finish in this one. All right, there it is. That is the end of the fight. I'm going to play you my video, and then we're going to get right back into the decision and then to the next fight coming up.
obviously felt threatened by Mayhem Miller in some kind of way. I don't know why, or maybe they just did that because there was just a lot of testosterone roaming in the room. But, anyways, not the first time that they've done that. Now, going back to the New Orleans Misfits boxing card, okay, where Nate Diaz throws a bottle at one of the influencer boxers, gets into a situation there outside, the same thing. Guess what happens? Speaking of influencers, how about that Logan Paul lookalike? He puts him in a guillotine choke, then drops his head on the floor, which, by the way, is extremely dangerous because he could have unalived him, do all types of worse things to him. And by the way, how about the Conor McGregor fight, the rematch they had in UFC 202? He didn't want to stay there any longer. Conor obviously was really sharp with the tongue back in the days. Nate Diaz, not so much. I mean, he was never really that sharp in the tongue. He is an exciting personality, a must-see TV type of character, but he was never a trash talker in any kind of way. And even for Conor McGregor himself, that all of that kind of deteriorated along with his fighting skills as well. But nevertheless, Nate Diaz walks out and he gives Conor McGregor the finger. And what does Conor McGregor do as a result of that? He goes and throws a bottle at Nate Diaz, and then he throws a bottle back, and then they go back and forth. And then how about that the PFL? Nate Diaz and Khabib were at the PFL along with his team. They got into it there. They got into a scuffle, which ultimately is what led up to all of this situation going on right now. So it's just Nate Diaz standing on business by the end of the day. And I want to bring up some nuances about that because I think it's really important to sort of understand the full scope of what's going on here. Okay. I want you to understand that I'm looking at this from two different lenses. Number one, I'm looking at it from the lens of how immature and how man-child like behavior this is from Nate Diaz. And by the way, even though I have that particular caption on the thumbnail, I'm telling you that I don't necessarily really believe that. But why am I saying it? Because there's a lot of people out there that will call him a man-child. But do I have a different opinion on this matter? As a matter of fact, I do. My opinion on this matter is that whether I like it or not, obviously, you know that I am a big supporter of Khabib Islam and his whole entire team. But to be unbiased about this whole situation, I'm just going to call it right down the middle and say that Nate was standing on business. And that's the way that I perceive it, as somebody that understands the mentality of the streets, somebody that understands the ethos of what it means to never back down and stand on business. That's all Nate is doing on protocol. He's standing on those principles. So I can't really fault him for taking that type of initiative. But at the same time, why is it that a lot of people out there view what Nate Diaz did as man-child, immature-like behavior? Well, here's the thing, right? Most guys, whenever they're challenged, especially if they have a very fiery personality, straight away they're going to go and respond in a very harsh manner against that person. They're going to attack them. They're going to verbalize it, or maybe even do it into physical form, whatever that may be. Whether that would be throwing a bottle, getting into a little bit of a fade, getting into a scuffle, a little dust up, knuckle up, or other worse things, such as things that I'd rather not mention due to monetization processes of YouTube. But on any regard, those are the options that you have. You got to stand on business. But at the same time, you also got to understand this, right? You remember that story that I was covering about WAC 100 and Blue Devil, right? The way that everybody looked at Blue Devil in this whole situation, they looked at him as somebody that sort of got punked in this entire matter. Okay. I urge you guys to take a look at this story that I'm talking about, because I like to talk to people like as if they don't know the story. If you often notice, a lot of YouTubers, when they go on their videos and they go on their content, what they do is explain things as if you already know them. And quite frankly, maybe you should. If you have an IQ that's above 90, I would assume that you understand, you can sort of look these things up. But either way, what's interesting about Blue Devil and Whack 100, right? A lot of people are saying that he punked Blue Devil because Blue Devil didn't really say anything after Whack 100 was berating him over snitching allegations, and then yelled at him, uh, talked bad about his neighborhood, talked bad about his family, and then he just sat there and did nothing. Well, that's one perception of it. The other perception is, you know what? You don't know what is going on behind closed doors. And we're just going off of the perception that a lot of people have. And by the way, this sort of falls into the narrative that I was spewing earlier about people taking minuscule wins like this as the biggest thing in the world. Because that's Nick and Nate Diaz in a nutshell. Whenever they do something to you, the minute they slap you, that is a win to them. They think it is a knockout blow. Oh, I slapped you, so I won. That's basically what Whack 100 did to Blue Devil. He smacked him up one time and believed that he won, all because he just stood there and yelled at him. And by the way, it wasn't even in a physical form. It was done online. So that's another factor that you got to take into the consideration of this entire matter at hand as well. But either way, a lot of you are going to call Nick Diaz and Nate Diaz a man-child for behaving in this kind of matter. And then there are some out there, like myself, who are going to perceive this as just standing on business by the end of the day. So I like standing on business with my content. Don't forget to like and subscribe. That is all that I have for you in this particular matter, in this particular. Conor McGregor has recently been released by the Hitman video game, and we're going to talk about it. Don't forget to like and subscribe. So the reason why Conor McGregor has been dropped from the game of Hitman is simply because of the current case that he had ongoing with Nikita Hand, which was a civil case accusing him of rape. And by the way, make it clear, it was a civil case, not a criminal case. Nonetheless, it's kind of awkward and weird because, on the other hand, this is a crime that is punishable by prison sentence, sometimes even worse, and yet not treated as such because it was in the confines of a court that held it for a civil trial. But either way, Conor McGregor is going to suffer financially because of it. Maybe or maybe not. We will see where this road takes. But for now, the video game company, iOS, the one that hosts the Hitman video game, give you a little synopsis behind the story in the video game. So as you know, Hitman is a video game where you go around doing missions, killing different targets. And sometimes there is a different objective for each of those targets, right? There's a difference or multiple of people that are your targets, and then there's a storyline behind it, and you have to do it within the confines of a particular city on a map and a particular stage, which is on the game. And different facilities and houses. I mean, you are immersed in an absolute real 3D world. So what about Conor McGregor? Okay, so in this particular case, he's in a video game that is taking place somewhere in the offshores of, I believe, the English Isles, okay, which is, by the way, in the North Sea of some sort. On any regard, here's something that I think is really interesting about that particular subject, right?
he is in a room full of people that are dressed in this Illuminati type of uniform. And that is the stage that Hitman is in. And your objective is you have to go and take out Conor McGregor. Now, there are multiple ways of doing it. You can either sit from a rooftop where you can possibly shoot him, but then give away your coordinates and your whereabouts and your visibility. Or you can volunteer to be his opponent, which means you have to sneak in some kind of locker room and dress as an MMA fighter to go in there and fight him to the death. And by the way, what's crazy about the fight scene with Hitman and McGregor, there's barely any kicks thrown on the part of McGregor. All he does is throw punches, and then the same thing with the Hitman. But either way, this isn't really about the video game, its content, although it is a great concept. What's the most important topic to talk about here is Conor McGregor's brand, and where does it go from here? Who knows? You got to understand we live in a different world now where Donald Trump literally influenced a lot of people to stop putting pronouns in their name, or at least hindered certain companies to do that before he could even ascend his throne to being the 47th president, because he doesn't get sworn in until January 6th, which, by the way, is very ironic. But nonetheless, this is all that we have for Conor McGregor right now. What will happen with his brand? Is there going to be more particular business ventures that are going to be affected due to his conviction? And by the way, a conviction in a civil case, but nonetheless, a case that you don't want to lose because it's going to make you look bad overall. Well, that is all that I have for Conor McGregor, unfortunately, and his new business ventures that he has going on.
All right, so Chris Weidman is now being announced, and the action is about to start right now. All right, here we go, round one. Oh, okay. So a few weeks ago, they made the weight, and that's the reason why they're doing it at a catch weight right now, which is 195. Yeah, here we go. So Weidman's looking good and experienced as what I would have expected him to in the preview and prediction show that I did. Good in and out, and circling of Chris Weidman right there. And there's Eric Anders trying to move forward on him right here. Yeah, so what Anders wants to try and do here is grind him out and basically clinch him. And you can't do that with Chris Weidman. You're going to get canceled out. He can move away from you. Ooh, that's a nice head kick by Chris Weidman right there. He's got a, oh, hit him with a head kick right there. Oh, he's about to hurt Weidman. Oh, wow, Weidman is hurt. Can you imagine just off of that one head kick alone, where he catches the kick and the leg of Weidman and then hits him up like that? Oh, wow. Yeah, that was an illegal shot right there, one knee down. Yeah, the ground pounds here. On top of Anders right here. And he's maintaining right here. That's the end of the round right there. Here we go, round two. He's really good control on Weidman's part earlier. Weidman slipped up a little bit there. by Eric Anderson. Did he get it though? All right, here we go. I just had to get the mic checked out right here. Chris Weidman in a ground and pound position with a little bit less than 3 minutes left in the second round. Yeah, really great scrambling on the part of Eric Anders. Now he's in half guard position, pounding away at Chris Weidman. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's great ground control on the part of Eric Anders. Wow. Yeah, there's some hammer fist in these positions right here. Yes, real good ground control on Anders right here. This looks like it could be stopped anytime with just one hard shot from Anders. Out finish with a ground and pound. That's when you do it, it's special. Oh, wow. They finished. Weidman just got finished. I cannot believe that. I got to go on camera for this one. I can't believe that. I can't believe that. Like, how did he get that finish? How did he get that finish? How did he get that finish? How was that possible? I'm surprised he didn't protest it. I would be protesting it if I was Chris Weidman. Wow, man, surprising win for him on that one. A real surprising turn of events. He's not chasing the belt. He's not chasing a top 15. Basically saying he's just down for the easy fights or out after that, he said. Yeah. Surprising win on his part. I mean, he did a great job on that one. I'm going to be really honest with you. I was very surprised of that win by Eric Anders. I did not expect Eric Anders to have won that one, only because I thought that the experience of Chris Weidman was going to be enough to get that win. But obviously, that was not the case. So big ups Eric Anders on this win, and more to come in these fights tonight. It's insane to think that we're only one fight away from Movsar and Aljamain.
My man here said Joshua Van versus Kai Kara France. Yeah, that would be a fun fight right there. That right there would absolutely be fireworks between those two. I think the boxing would obviously be on the side of Van, just from what we've seen tonight. And I would be curious to see what kind of defense Van would have for, let's say, the kicks or the offense of Kai Kara France. So, a great and compelling matchup nonetheless. So, I hope they do make that in the future. There's a great chance maybe they will. What about Chase Hooper versus Rebecci? Okay, that's a good one too. Yeah, yeah, man, a whole lot of new, exciting, and different matchups that are going to be coming up in the future now. So, all right, so we are now in the prelims of the night. The main prelims, not the main prelims, not the early prelims. This is now the main prelims, the 2-hour portion of this contest where you're going to see Aljamain Sterling, Evlovov. You're going to see Smith versus Dominic Reyes. I mean, wow, yeah, really one of the deepest cards of the year, hands down about it. And look at the fights that we've already seen. It was just amazing. Amazing. I'm excited, man. I'm really excited for the main card on this one. Movzar versus Aljo. Who do you have? I have Movzar on that one. People forget. West Coast legendary rapper Exhibit is signed to Greenback Records, which is owned by Conor McGregor. And it makes me wonder, in the recent times of these companies dropping their sponsorships and their affiliations with Conor McGregor, I wonder where Exhibit stands in all this. I would imagine he'd probably stand with him because if you're a West Coast dude, you've probably had a lot of homies that have gotten a lot of these different types of charges, right? You've seen athletes get ruined by these particular accusations. And right now, it's very bad. It's bad for Conor McGregor, which sort of begs the question: where is his career going to be at this point? I think that is a fair question to ask. Because you're looking back at it, there's no doubt about it. Okay, the guy had an illustrious career. Conor McGregor is a once in a generation athlete. But at some point, you got to really ask the question, does this really have an expiration time? And unfortunately, it's going to come a lot sooner than maybe the likes of P. Diddy, who's gotten away with horrendous crimes. And by the way that the Irish media and the entire Irish society is looking at this entire case is very similar to P. Diddy. In fact, Conor McGregor is a P. Diddy of Ireland, pretty much. And what's also strange about this whole entire thing is that it's not as big as it should be, especially in the United States, as it is in Ireland. Obviously, in Ireland right now, he is public enemy number one. So we got to ask ourselves, how did we get here? What got us here in this position
to where Conor McGregor is literally public enemy number one?
He's dedicated his life to his art, and he has lost his mind in the process. When I sat and I thought about that, it sounded very familiar. I have given every single thing, every ounce of my life to this craft, to perfecting my craft, and I continue to do so. And in the process, I have lost my mind to regular society, to people who wake up at 9 a.m., who clock out at 5 p.m. They would look at me and say, I've lost my mind. But me, I have found it almost. My name is Conor McGregor. I'm a professional MMA fighter. My dream is to be world lightweight champion in the UFC, have more money than I know what to do with, and have a great life for my kids, my grandkids, everyone in my family, everyone that's come up with me. That's my dream.
And when you hear and see inspirational quotes like that, what do you think of? You think of a man that has truly inspired you into greatness. John Jones said, you know what? Conor McGregor made the Irish people look like kings. Is he right? Well, I got to tell you, the Irish have always had a strong contingency of fans, whether that would be Gaelic football, soccer, rugby, or other professional sports such as Notre Dame, or all these other Irish-themed American sports such as the Boston Celtics and so on and so forth. But Conor McGregor embodied all of those things in terms of motivational greatness and trying to seek greatness while losing your mind in the process. And that's very important to sort of understand here by looking at that video. Conor McGregor is in a position of his life where he has completely lost his mind because it was required of him to be able to compete at this high level of mixed martial arts, and this was the price of it. And that's something we have to understand. There will always be a lot of sacrifices that you have to make in order to be great. They always talk about how Michael Jordan is not usually the most friendly person to come across ever, right? In fact, some people may even consider Michael Jordan a bit of a D-head. But where does that come from? Does that stem from somewhere, or is it just an excuse that we give people as to say, well, you know what, because this person is great and this person is awesome, he has every right to behave in this particular matter? Or is it just a symptom of seeking greatness and the residue that you get out of becoming so black-hearted and ruthless in order to try and reach it?
I saw Michael Jordan. I met Michael Jordan at this Michael Jordan party. It was at his party. And I never, I know it's rumors that I asked him for an autograph and he said no, or like, that's a lie. I saw Michael Jordan. I'm at a party and I don't ask nobody for nothing. I never do. I don't like when people overly do it to me. I had saw Michael Jordan taking pictures with girls. He's like, you know, and I ain't mad at it. He's taking pictures with people, you know what I'm saying? And he's taking pictures and he's just, and every now and then taking pictures, you know what I'm saying? So then later on, you know what I'm saying? I seen him and it was like, oh, there go Mike. And he was standing over there. He was with some of the Boston Celtics. He was with Spike Lee. He was with, I don't know, some other people. And I was just like, man, this is just that one moment where I'm gonna say, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go say, I'm gonna ask Mike for a picture. And then I said, I went over there and I said, hey fellas, you know, nobody was talking, they was just chilling, whatever, right? And I was just like, man, I don't mean to be rude, but Mike, I just want to know if I could get a picture. And then, now I understand, I kind of expected him to say no. So I wasn't mad if he said no, but the way he said it, he said, oh, hell nah, man, I ain't taking no pictures with no niggas. And he said it like that. And I was like, I kind of got stunned for a second because I was like, wait a second, I don't think he heard. I turned back and my boys were just looking at me like, damn. know what I'm saying? So I kind of thought that he didn't hear what I said. And I was like, keep in mind, I had just came from a Reggie Bush event. Everybody knows about the Michael Jordan jersey, right? Me and Reggie Bush was doing this event, right? And he was auctioning off these jerseys. So I had to keep on raising my hand and bidding for these jerseys, right? And it was a Michael Jordan jersey, an Allen Iverson autograph, the Shaq, a Vince Carter. There's a whole bunch of jerseys, right? And I kept raising my hand. It was like 1,000. I raised my hand. They said 2,000, and some dude raised his hand. And they said 3,000. I raised my hand. They said 4,000. We kept going back and forth. And then I finally went over to him at 7,000. It was like, hey, man, stop raising your hand, man. You don't want them jerseys. And he was like, I said, man, how about we stop and then we both split the jerseys at 7,000 and we split the money. And he was like, all right, cool. So we didn't raise our hands no more. And then they said, sold to Chamillionaire and that guy right there for $7,000. So the guy tells me that he wasn't even tripping. He didn't even want to get the jerseys. He was just trying to show off to Kim Kardashian, who was on the stage. I was like, man, this dude that made me pay $7,000 for these jerseys, and he didn't even want the jerseys. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, whatever, right?
So before they all become famous, there's this process where they sort of love the first hints of fans recognizing them, right? It's an ultimate high. It's a great feeling. But then at some point, they become accustomed to it. And then it becomes this reality that is somewhat annoying. Okay. Like it's flattering from the very beginning. Okay. Everybody recognizes you, everybody knows you. There's fame and traction going on with the clout that you have raised for yourself. But then at some point, it becomes annoying. And that's sort of the message. All right, Randy Brown, battle right up next, right now. All right, round one, here we go. All right, here we go. Yeah, the experience that Randy Brown has gotten is quite interesting. Ooh. Ooh, that was a good one. Oh, that was some nice shots by Randy Brown right here. But yeah, that is a big, huge weight difference of a miss right there.
He was all boxing until 19 years of age. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu brown belt. Of KOs and submissions for that body part is a big part of the game plan for Brown. Bell has had a lot of big early moments in the UFC. Votes for his headed to San Diego this year.
Good one by Randy Brown.
All right, here we go. Next round coming up.
Sir, you ready? Sir, you ready? Fight.
Yeah, that's a good point by Dean Thomas, right? Sort of turn it up on him with the speed and whatnot. Yeah, real good clinching right here on Randy Brown to kind of keep Brian Battle in the back. Nice little exchange right here. Some good momentum changes going on right here. Yeah, Brown needs to get out of this position right here. Ooh, those are some good shots by Randy Brown right there. Really good shots by Randy Brown. Yeah, just more clinching on this round right here. Now heading into the last 5 minutes of this fight. Randy Brown's corner telling him it's 1-1. All right, here we go. Round 3, third and final round. Yeah, the cardio battle is really, really high. I mean, he's pushing a real fast pace on this one. Well, at least we can look forward to the fact that Aljamain Sterling and Imavov is next. Oh, what do we got here? Man, they're slugging it out right here.
Look at the security camera caught one in the kitchen of my house.
Oh man, it's just straight grinding in this fight right now. Just constant. All right, that's the end of it. All right, I would have to give that fight to Brian Battle. Who do you guys give that fight to? I don't see how anything else goes other than Brian Battle in that fight. If you think otherwise, let me know in the comments section below. There it is. Brian Battle won that one just as I would have expected him to. Oh, he's like, who are you guys doing? He said, you guys are booing to butcher all you. Yeah, what's wrong with you Vegas degenerates, bro?
He's looking at the crowd saying, "Are you booing me?" He said the reason for his weight cut was because it was one of the fastest turnarounds he's had. All right. Well, next fight coming up. Message that I'm trying to convey with that Michael Jordan story. And by the way, shout out to Chameleonaire rapper from Houston. It was his experience dealing with Michael Jordan. So why did Conor McGregor have that bad interaction with that kid from Miami smashing his phone the way that, let's say, Michael Jordan had a bad interaction with Chameleonaire? There's a common trend here. You're constantly annoyed by people trying to get something from you. Okay? It's annoying, and that's the price of fame. Everybody wants to get a piece of you in some degree or benefit from you to a certain extent. And now you're in this position where nobody is really looking out for your best interest. They're only looking out for the best interest of their own. And as a result of that, you end up being put in this world of an echo chamber that you really can't get out of because nobody wants to tell you the truth. And that is the unfortunate aspect that Conor McGregor has going on in his life right now. The place that he is at in his life right now, I think, quite honestly, is something that he is no longer able to control. Okay. And I'm talking about right now, after all the lawsuits and all of that, even way before that as well. He can't control any of these things anymore. In other words, let me explain something to you, okay? When Conor McGregor spews off a bunch of nonsense on the internet or on Twitter or on social media to any extent, right? He has no control of that. And you're probably thinking, well, what do you mean he has no control of that? I'm talking about his impulses. He's gotten to the point where he's playing this character and he has to live up to it. And you know what? It's not real, because here's the reality of the situation, right? You can't be gangster 24/7. You can't be a tough guy 24/7. But for whatever reason, Conor McGregor wants us to believe that. And I don't know if I could blame him. I understand the bravado. But at some point, I think this is a reality right now that he's facing, where everything that he's doing wrong is being exposed. And I think he either has to face the accountability of that, or he has to face the reality of his new dimension. And what exactly do I mean by that? Well, look, I don't think it's bad to call retirement right now. It's really not. Can he return? Yes. Will he return? There's a great possibility of that. And why will he return? Well,
all these lawsuits that are going on right now, from Artem Lobov to all these other allegations that may be coming after Nikita Hand, it's going to keep him busy. And perhaps maybe to the detriment of his own career. Now, at this point, it sounds cliche to say, well, Conor is not the same Conor McGregor anymore. It just sounds so repetitive to say that, but it's so true. You see, back then, Conor McGregor inspired many people. He was a motivational speaker, and not only that, a great speaker on the mic. And nowadays, he's a shell of himself, not only on the mic, but maybe even his physicality as well. I think that when you fight at a lower weight class, especially the weight class that Conor had fought, I think there's a limited time in your age that you can fight in these lower weight classes. Now, obviously, he moved up, and the 155 division right now at 37 years old in the state of his career is probably not a great idea. But what about 170? How is Conor McGregor going to stay as this competitive athlete in his latter stages of his career? He did mention LeBron James, Ronaldo, these guys that are 38, 39 right now that are still kicking butt because they have a certain passion for it. Yes, that helps, but it also helps to have the right mechanisms of recovery. But how is Conor going to do that when his whole entire day schedule, day in and day out, is literally just go out and party and BS and party and BS? But again, back in the days, he did say that he feels free when he's in that octagon, right? Because guess what? I think the octagon is going to be the freest place he's going to feel the next time he gets in there. You know why? All these pressures that he has going on in the outside world, I think going into the cage will solve that in more ways than one. Number one, it's going to solve his reputation. Number two, it's going to solve these mental anxiety that he has going on. But at the same time, it's also going to not only solve a PR problem that he has going on, but it's also going to solve a financial problem that he may have going on right now. I got to tell you, every time we talk about Conor McGregor retiring, there seems to be a positive note in a conversation. This time, it seems a little bit different. Usually, the Conor McGregor conversations that we have about retirement are entirely positive due to the fact that he has the financial means to ride off into the sunset. Now, obviously, 2 losses against Dustin Poirier. All right, man, here we are. Round 1 between Evloev and Aljamain Sterling. Can you believe this is in the undercards right here? So far, a nice little pace for the first 30 seconds. A lot of kicks between both men. 1-2 shot by Sterling. Oh, nice right hand by Aljamain Sterling right there. Aljamain Sterling. Oh, he got him down. Okay, but he's sort of getting right back up there. Oh, wow. They're giving a USA chant for Aljo right now. He's pushing all his weight on him in that body lock position right now. All right. So he's kind of got him stuck in his position right now. What is he going to do? Okay. He's trying to scramble out. Look at this. Yeah, he's going for the back of Evloev right now. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen anybody do this to Evloev, honestly. Wow, man, I'm very surprised by Aljo out wrestling Evloev right now. But will this momentum change? That is the question, right? There is a good chance that this momentum right here can absolutely change. So, all right, here we go. Now it's Evloev on top, but what is this? Okay, now he's in side control position. All right, man. Yeah, that's a very good round for Aljo right there. Very good round. I'm gonna have to give that round to Aljo. That one. No, man. And he got him back down again. Straight away, he goes for the takedown. Yeah, really high-level grappling right here. This is something you'll probably expect out of the Islam Makhachev fight and the Armin Sarukian fight, I would imagine. So now Movsarves is on top right now. Really did a good job of, I mean, both of these guys, the scrambling on both of these guys, just high level right now. And now Sterling, whereas Aljamain Sterling had his back earlier. Yeah, everything that we'd hope for with these two, right? High level grappling at its best. So ooh, he just caught Aljamain with that shot right there. And now he took him down. Now Evloev has to remain and maintain this top position. All right, there it is. Good job by Aljamain Sterling right there. Just 15 seconds right now at the end of the round. And that is the end of the second round. Yeah, very fast and exhausting pace on both guys.
All right. So the third and final round is going to determine it all right here. Really good exchanges on both of them, mostly on the grappling exchange. And like I said, the Islam Makhachev and Armin Sarukian fight looked like this the first time around. This is what the Armin Sarukian fight is definitely going to look like the next time around. All right, here we go. Ooh, good shots by Aljo right there. Ooh, spinning back fist attempt misses, and then Aljo gets him down as a counter of some sort. Yeah, Aljo looks takes him down. Yeah, that could be a good one for Aljo right there. He might win just based off that. Now the crowd's yelling USA for Aljo. Wow, yeah, that's true. Aljo doesn't normally get this. He's normally a heel. He's normally the bad guy. But they decided, yeah, you know what? He's fighting a Russian guy. We're going to cheer for him. But it's not helping for Evloev right now. He's losing favor in this fight. Nice. Really grueling pace. Look, I don't know who won. You know what? I won't be surprised if this fight turns out into a draw. Straight up. You know what I mean? Like, I would not be surprised if this fight turns into a draw. I'm telling you, there's a good chance this fight could turn into a draw because these two guys are really putting it on each other, man.
I mean, man, yeah, that's going to be a tough fight to score.
You are now a superstar. And then after the Jose Aldo fight, he didn't need to fight after that, but he did. And then he sort of increased his revenue even more. And then it went into the Eddie Alvarez fight, and that fight led into the Floyd Mayweather fight. And then that fight led into the Khabib fight. And even though he had lost, he still became uh one of the highest paid athletes within that year, even with a loss. But that's not the kind of Conor McGregor conversation we have right now. We're talking about serious financial losses, okay? Like serious financial losses. And you got to ask yourself, what is that going to lead to? You know what I think that's going to lead to? It's going to lead him to get back into the cage. Now, look, he's always been training. He's always had the intention of staying in shape, getting in there.
I got to be honest with you. I can't believe Evloev won. I can't believe that. Now, I was rooting for him in this fight, but the way that I was watching this fight, I don't know if I had him winning that one. Said it's not his best performance tonight, but you know what? He's a former champion, and it is what it is. Said he wants to thank all his team. Yeah, man, I'm very surprised at the outcome of this fight. Look, I told you, man, when it comes to the Dagestanis and all of that, I'm all for whatever they do. But, bro, I don't know if he won this fight. I'm going to be honest with you about it. Just being real. All right. Well, we got a couple of matches left. What's the next matchup coming up?
All right, so Garimbo is up next. Okay, this is going to be an exciting matchup right here. Will he actually do it? And of some recent times, it didn't seem that way. But now I have full confidence in saying that he now has even more motivation more than ever. Because think about all these financial hits that he's taking right now, right? At first, it seemed a little bit light, just like what he's doing in the leg press right now. He's starting out a little bit light. Later on, he'll start out a little bit more, put more weights into it. And the next thing you know, the burn just keeps adding on and adding on. And next thing you know, it gets a little bit harder. So he has this case going on with Nikita Hand. He loses. He pays off. Now, look, obviously, it didn't seem like the biggest loss, but only because whatever Nikita had to pay, she had to pay back due to the lawyer fees of James Lawrence being involved in the case. But it doesn't end there. Because then there's Artem Lobov. Now, look, the Artem Lobov case is looming out there. January is the date for that one. What's the case with that? Apparently, Artem is claiming that he had given Conor the idea to Proper 12. And how ironic, because Conor McGregor was dropped by Proper 12. He was dropped by the video game company iOS with Hitman. And we thought, okay, that was the beginning of it. It's just minor. Next thing you know, it's Proper 12. Next thing you know, it's these, I don't know, whatever sponsorships he has going on. And then a statue in Dublin was taken down. Can you imagine? Remember Rocky? He had his own statue in Philadelphia. They took that down from Conor McGregor. And then the list goes on and on and on and on and on and on and on. So when is trouble going to end for Conor McGregor? We don't know. But what we do know right now is that he's never going to step into the octagon this year. This is the reason why Dana White gave you a very outrageous time frame. He said, by the end of next year. We're already at the end of this year. So you're talking about 365 more days, if not 400 more days. If there's a comeback story to all of this, and even though it is possible, it'll be great. Everything will be forgotten because there's one thing that you can rest assured in the fight game. People forget the day that you win. And people remember even more of your mishaps on the day that you lose. So
that is all that I have for this content. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next live stream, videos, and all the contents on this channel, inshallah. All right. Referee Mark Smith stepping up. And we got Vicente Luque and Garimbo coming up right now, live as we speak. Let's go. Oh, wow. He just slapped Garimbo. Oh, wow. He's got a dart. He's got it tight. He's out. He's out. Oh, my goodness. He's out. Garimbo is out. The Rock's homeboy is out. The Rock's homie is out. The Rock's homie is down. The Rock's homie is down. That was amazing. And we got Dominic Reyes and Anthony Smith coming up next, bro. That was an absolute statement by Vicente Luque. He's like, man, stop sleeping on me. That's why when you got a fighter that is as violent as Vicente Luque, you never know what he's going to do. Wow, amazing. 14 finishes for Vicente Luque now. And yeah, we're awaiting his Joe Rogan interview right now.
Vicente Luque says he's back right now.
As you know, Ian Gary has been signed to fight MVP. Now, it took a British man to literally stand up and take a fight against an Irishman, right? Now, what's strange about this is the original matchup that was supposed to be made was against Colby Covington. And by the way, I'm kind of glad that there's a story that we can make out of this because I got to tell you, one of the main reasons why I've always wanted to do MMA content, not just the fact that I've been doing mixed martial arts for a certain number of years on top of the single compository sports that are involved with winning a bronze medal and 10 years old in Taekwondo, on top of winning amateur kickboxing titles out here in California. And then on top of that, training with some of the best fighters in the world, some people that you've may have seen on the UFC and some of the biggest platforms in the world of professional fighting. But nonetheless, it's a sport that not only am I passionate about in terms of breaking down the kicks and the punches, but also the storylines that are involved in it, which sort of touches the apparatus of culture. And not only that, sports management, but not only that, also geopolitics. Now, speaking of which, obviously, Colby Covington is a big part of this particular story. Why? For one, you obviously know that he built his whole entire gimmick into being this unreasonable Trump supporter. In other words, playing the bad guy to the role of its greatest potential to captivate heat, as they say in the professional wrestling world. Well, the problem now is that Colby Covington can't show a realism about himself. And what do I mean by that? Let's be honest about this. He's scared to fight Ian Gary. He may call him a cuck. He may call him a BICTH and things of that nature. But the reality is, if you break down the reality of combat sports to its greatest core, bravado doesn't matter. In other words, you can be the loudest guy in the room. You can even be the scariest gangster in the room, the guy who has all the bodies in his freaking record and all that. But when it comes to unarmed, skill for skill, combat sports fighting, you cannot lie in there. And most times, you know who you are, you know who your opponent is, and you know the limits of your capabilities in the comparison to your opponent. In this case, let's be honest, with the high level that Colby Covington is at, he understands fighting more than likely the majority of the people around the world do. I would say about 99% of the world, he understands fighting because he's done something most of you really will never experience a day in your life, which is what? Not only win an interim title, but even fight for the absolute undisputed title of it all, in which he lost. So, which means he understands his limits to his detrimental flaws and his
his greatest weaknesses. He understands this, which means he also understands the greatest strength of Ian Gary. Now, what's the cultural significance about this, right? Obviously, I got to be honest with you. Colby Covington strikes me as somebody as what you would consider a mega tough guy, machismo type of dude, right? In other words, let's be honest, he is a high level fighter, right? But obviously, even if you're a high level fighter, there are people that have your number. So there are certain guys that you're going to say no to in terms of the limits that you understand. But guess what? This relates to, for example, this little traffic incident that I got going on, right? Nothing that is incriminating or anything like that, but let me just say, just anecdotal experiences that are unrecorded to that degree. A lot of these guys that have all these weird road rages, I got to be honest with you, the majority of them that I've run across that are like that are usually these MAGA bro dudes. And again, it's nothing against Trump or 45 or anything like that. In fact, there's a lot of aspects of his political beliefs that I can get behind. And then there's other things that I'd rather not talk about, in which that I may wholeheartedly disagree with him on. A whole lot of topics. But nonetheless, it's not against him or his political beliefs, but rather this small division of people within his supporting group that, let's just be honest, are a lot of bark, but no spark. Okay? One example, this one guy, I'm going to be honest with you, the way that I drive on the road, it's, I'd rather not say, but let me just say this. If I want to get to one point A to the other, there's not going to be any infractions that I'm going to be opposed to in order for me to get to the objective that I'm getting at. So in other words, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be angry and upset at what I do on the road. So here's one story and one example. There's one guy I cut off in the middle of the road, and then he sees me at a stop sign, and he acts like it's the biggest personal thing against him. And how do I know, without generalizing, that he was a MAGA bro dude? Well, obviously, you could tell by the stickers on their car and some indications like that that I'd rather not mention, just to not incriminate anybody to the story, because I just don't do that. But nonetheless, I looked at him and I said, bro, you want to get out and run the fade out here? I'm like, let's go. And then I realized that he was just doing nothing but calling himself bluff. You see, I'm going to be honest with you. There's a lot of people out there that are absolute Boy Scouts, right? And again, this is the beauty of this particular content, is being able to transition the mixed martial arts talk to real life scenarios. There's a lot of guys out there that are Karens, that are Kevins, that, let's say, are, how do I say this? People that will tattle, okay, for lack of a better term. And when you're dealing with people like that, they really rely upon the law to save them in any kind of degree. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't have a problem with cops. In fact, there's a lot of police that I've trained with over the years in mixed martial arts gyms and boxing gyms and all various forms of martial arts for these guys, in order to get better at their self-defense tactics in which that they need to survive out there in the cold streets, right? So, in other words, I don't have a problem with them. But at the same time, I got to be honest with you. They're not the type of people that I would call to solve my problems, if you understand my drift, right? And that's just the God honest truth about it. However, there are people that rely on them so much that when they get into any infraction in the streets or in any type of public place, guess what happens? They rely upon them heavily, to the point where they will call upon them, tattle on someone with literally no evidence. And again, Colby Covington is
And just like that, we just witnessed Dominic Reyes finally get a victory over Dustin Jacoby. A long time coming, I got to be honest with you. We've known or thought that John Jones was defeated by Dominic Reyes, probably one of the hardest fights of his career. Afterwards, Dominic Reyes went on to lose to a whole bunch of contenders and future champions, and as a result, never got the full credit that he truly deserved. So as a result, here he is tonight, finally getting sort of a redemption in his career. Obviously, we've known that Dominic Reyes is capable of a lot more. However, the losing streak that he had going on, I think, was really detrimental to his career. But tonight, he finally proved that, you know what? I can go out there and show the world what I'm really made of. Not by fluke mistakes, not by the judges' scorecards, and not necessarily anything that has anything to do with anything that was outside of his control, but rather showing that he was in full control and in full swing of things with the first round TKO victory that he has over Dustin Jacoby, as I'm witnessing it right now, while he is right now being interviewed by Paul Felder as we speak. So here's something that I think is positive to say about the future of Dominic Reyes' career. We're finally going to see his true full potential. But not only that, I think we also have to understand that when it comes to this game, there are mountains and valleys and peaks. In other words, you have the highest high and the lowest lows when it comes to wins and losses. You also have a lot of 50-50 matchups where in MMA, everything is a total 50-50 coin toss. And many of those coin tosses that he's experienced, unfortunately, was not in his favor. Tonight, it was in his favor, and I got to be honest with you, I'm really excited to see Dominic Reyes in the future and what he can do and what are some of the future matchups that are going to be in his particular path. But either way, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen.
And there it is. What a perfect timing, okay? Because I was in Universal Studios in a hotel as you saw Dominic Reyes finally win, right? So with that win, yeah, I got to tell you, here we are. That next matchup is Anthony Lionheart Smith, and we're about to witness it right now.
His real life. Because let's be honest, this is the way that he is. There's a track record of him doing this to Fabricio Verdum. I urge you to look that up. He's done this to Jorge Masvidal. Obviously, you've seen what happened with their off-the-cage extracurricular activities that they had going on in Miami. You know about that. That's all documented. And then on top of that, if you were to do it to him again in a public setting, rest assured that he'll call anybody, the LAPD, the NYPD, the Sydney PD, anybody that is PD in order for him to escape the DP. And for those that know exactly what I'm talking about. Nonetheless, that's the kind of person that you're dealing with Colby Covington. He knows his limits. Just like this dude in the road rage. He knew exactly where his limits were. He knew that, not knowing that I've trained with some of the best fighters in the world, that I would literally get out of the car and do whatever I wanted with him to my own reservation of whether I want to inflict more pain or damage on him or not. The reality is that he didn't want to do it for whatever reason. He didn't know me. He didn't know me from a can of paint. Let's just be honest about it. But he wasn't what he was really portraying himself to be. This machismo tough guy that, quite frankly, had no business being in there with me in any kind of fade whatsoever. And that's not being cocky or arrogant or anything. That's just being really honest. So going back to Colby Covington, he knows his limits against Ian Gary, and this is why he doesn't want to do it. He can call him all the names in the world. He can call him a liberal this, cuck boy that, or whatever
phrase he wants to get at him or any low-hanging fruit that he could find to hammer at Ian Gary. By the end of the day, when it comes to face-to-face combat, whether it's sanctioned fights, non-sanctioned fights, street fights, or fades, there are just guys out there that are not really about it. And then there are guys that understand their limits, and that's the most that they will go. And I think this is where Colby Covington is, because let's be honest, let's not take away anything from him. He's a very tough guy. But guess what? Let's talk kicks and punches. Suppose he was to go shoot in on Ian Gary. What would have happened? Ian Gary would have stuffed those takedowns, fight at range to which where Ian Gary is at most comfortable, and literally pick him apart with jabs, front kicks, and even calf kicks in between, along with body kicks that would eventually put Colby Covington away. And by the way, that is my official prediction if that fight ever happens, or if Colby Covington grows a pair to actually answer the call on that. But again, Colby Covington is entitled to do what he wants to do. He's a legend. But rest assured, understand there are guys out here that duck fights because they know that it's bad for their health. And quite frankly, can you blame them? No. But we're not here to talk about what is good or what is right or what is the ethical thing to do. What we are talking about is, what would you do? Just like that dude that wanted to get out of his car in the middle of traffic and run a fade with me, what would he do? Absolutely nothing. Because they're not prepared for this. So imagine that. If Colby Covington, one of the toughest guys in the world, ain't even prepared for that, what makes you think you guys out there that are untrained, that see red and all of a sudden think that you can handle yourself? What do you think would happen to you if you ran across somebody that knew what?
Na 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 na. There it is. Anthony Smith is in the cage right now as we await Dominic Reyes. Ladies and gentlemen, this fight is 3 rounds. Lionheart Smith. And now, fighting out of the red corner, all right, here we go. Dominic Reyes. Wow, 24 appearances for Anthony Smith. Here we go. Nice straight shot by Dominic Reyes there. Ooh. Here we go. Nice low kick by Dominic Reyes there. Goes for a body kick there, and Anthony Smith catches it, gets a single leg takedown, but then Dominic Reyes stands up, hits him with a straight shot at the same time. All right, yeah, really good jab that Reyes is working off of. Nice overhand right by Anthony Smith right there. Nice straight shot by Reyes. He said, hey, over there, over there. Mark Goddard. He says, over there. A little, what is this? Is it, oh, that's a thumb in the eye. That's a thumb and a pinky in the eye. Yeah, this is a really good 50-50 fight we're witnessing right now. One, two, wow. Yeah, that's the thing with Dominic Reyes, right? For the height that he has, he doesn't implement enough kicks as he should, and he's sort of doing a little bit more of that in this fight right now. Ooh, nice body kick by Dominic Reyes. Ooh. Oh, he got him. He got him right there. Almost got him. Ooh, another body kick by Dominic Reyes. He's really going down to well on that one. Oh, nice one. Nice one, too, by Anthony Smith. Ooh, 1-2 shot. Ooh, ooh. He's just letting him tee off on him. You got to block Anthony Smith.
You got to block, man. You can't just put your hands down out of bravado. Very good shot by Dominic Reyes, though. And Dominic Reyes is continuing the offense right now. That is the end of the round. That is the end of the round right there. Yeah, very good shots by Dominic Reyes there. Yeah, I could not believe Anthony Smith was just standing there, allowing him to punch him without putting his hands up, just because he was doing it out of bravado. That's absolutely unbelievable. Oh man, I'm really excited for Kai Asakara tonight. Can you imagine if he gets this win tonight? It's legendary. I don't think anybody has ever won a UFC championship with one fight. Oh, he's got a single leg right there. Now he's got a 12-6 elbow on Anthony Smith right now. This is very good. He's doing a very good job right here with these shots. Oh, wow. He's still holding on to the leg. And then look at Dominic Reyes. He's just pounding away. Man, Anthony Smith is beat up, bro. The corner of Anthony Smith is telling him to wall walk. Yeah, Dominic Reyes is doing really good here.
Wow, man, these are really good ground and pound shots by Reyes right now. Really good. And from what it seems is that Anthony Smith is just accepting this position or just waiting for Reyes to let up. Yeah, and even if he was to get up, right, there's just a lot of damage that he's taken that he's compromised at this point. That was it. That is it. That's it. Good job. Good job. Mark Goddard did the responsible thing. This man is finished with this game. He had nothing to offer. All right, let's go and finish back this video, and then we'll get to the results and the reaction to the last fight of the prelims and onto the main card next.
They were doing in the streets. I'm talking about an unarmed fight because obviously there's enough gun and crime, knife violence to go around to put in those statistics, but I'm talking about mutual unarmed combat. Most of you, true to God honesty, would say no. And guess what? Colby Covington is doing this at the highest level. He's saying no because even with all the jokes and all the pun that he throws at Ian Gary, he knows that he ain't trying to run that fade, homie. Because guess what? Here's something you need to understand from the humanistic side of MMA. There are some guys that are just always going to have your number because stylistically, certain fights style well with other fights in order for them to look brutal as the way that they would. In this case, what I mentioned to you, the range of Ian Gary, the jabs, the punches, also the elbows that he may throw at Ian Gary if he was at Colby Covington if he was to come close range. Not to mention the knee shots that he would throw in defense of Colby Covington shooting in for a single leg, which, by the way, would be very detrimental to his head if he was to get placed with a knee at the right place at the right time in the event that he shoots in. Very bad matchup for him. But he knows this from the humanistic side. So what does he have to do? He has to go and devalue Ian Gary. Say that he's not really that good. He's not really that known. He's not a big money marquee matchup. When in reality, when Ian Gary had that fiasco going on with his fiance and all the weird books that she was writing and things of that nature, guess what? It made him even more popular, not in the positive sense, but in the sense where he garnered attention for people to pay attention to his fights. And you're telling me that that's not a guy that can make money with you? But guess what? In comes MVP. He steps in, and I'm going to tell you how this matchup is going to go. I got to be honest with you. This is actually one of the times where MVP, Michael Venom Page, has to actually use his grappling skills. Why? It's not so much that Ian Gary is a superior striker. It's more of the disciplined striker versus the unorthodox striker in Michael Venom Page. Now, what are some examples in boxing
that I can relate to in this MMA match that I could draw from to give you a certain example. How about Barrera versus Prince Nassim? When you saw that fight, you saw a very elusive, very footwork heavy Prince Nassim against a very disciplined striker in Barrera. Who won in the end of that? You want to know who? Prince Nassim lost to a guy that was more disciplined in his strikes. In other words, the unorthodox way of fighting is very useful. However, it can be very detrimental in terms of mistakes. Whereas you look at somebody like Ian Gary or Barrera, they didn't waste any energy. Unless, of course, Barrera was in close range, hitting you with body shots, fighting you Mexican style close range with those power shots from that particular distance, close distance. Whereas with Prince Nassim had this unpredictable way of fighting where he himself didn't even know what he was going to do. And in a process that could also just lend to not knowing what to do when you get hit with a certain shot, a much more disciplined shot, which is why Ian Gary is a much more dangerous striker in this particular matchup, even though Michael Venom Page seems to be more of the electrifying striker. So the reality of this is that, unfortunately, even though I like Michael Venom Page, Ian Gary is a bad matchup for Michael Venom Page, and Ian Gary is a bad matchup also for Colby Covington, and that is the reason why he's ducking this fade. So don't forget to not duck the fade in liking and subscribing, and I'll see you guys on the next one, inshallah.
I'll put my money on David. That's all I gotta.
Saying what I said yesterday. Let me see what this is. Somebody.
All right, so just listening to the world famous boxing voice with none other than Nestor Gibbs. Wanted to give him a shout out because I have called in his show before. So, you know, you got to show love to the channels that show you love and appreciation and whatnot. So now let's talk about the two best 168-pound fighters in the world right now, which is who? None other than Canelo Alvarez and David Benavidez. Now, what's great about this fight? I got to tell you, what is even more awesome other than their accolades, the fact that they are both world champions. Obviously, Canelo is more than just a world champion. He's an undisputed champion. And, well, David Benavidez is literally Tom Aspinall. And if you understand MMA, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The guy is an interim champion, not really a real champion, but nonetheless, a championship belt is a championship belt. And they are on a course right now to collide in front of the world to give us another one of the best boxing matches possibly in that particular division, if not the entire sport. So what is significant about David Benavidez and Canelo Alvarez that I could tell you that no other content creator out there will tell you? They're going to talk to you about the kicks and the punches or the technicalities that come along with this fight. They're going to talk about the range of David Benavidez. They're going to talk about the power of both men and how both of their powers are going to translate against each other. So we understand that. I can talk to you about the technical aspects of that, but I want to talk to you about something that can really get your dopamine high when it comes to understanding both of their history. And I think this is where this particular video shines the most. So when you look at Canelo Alvarez, what do you think of him? One of the things that you think about Canelo Alvarez is that he's a redheaded Mexican. What does that even mean in terms of growing up in Guadalajara, Mexico? What does that mean? I'll tell you what that means. For one, you look different than everybody else. You ever lived in a place where you look different than everybody else? Guess what? You're going to have some static. You're going to have fights in your hand. You're going to have people calling you names. You're going to have people doing this and doing that and everything in between. But guess what? It forged you into a tough competitor, just like David Benavidez. What's significant about him? Well, for one, David Benavidez, I got to tell you, was a former 270-pound fat kid during his teenage years. So why is that significant? This brother has some serious chip on his shoulder. And guess what? Fighters who have the biggest chips on their shoulder are usually some of the most motivated psychopaths that you will ever run across. And I don't mean psychopath in a negative way or in a psychological way, but in a way where you are crazy for the sport and you will literally die for it if need be, right? So that's how I'm describing David Benavidez in this sense. Also, you got to take into consideration, Mike Tyson says that one of his favorite fighters right now is none other than David Benavidez. And what a great way to get some sort of legends approval of some sort, right? This is what you get out of Mike Tyson. He's approving you as the man that, well, he favors. Just like what he did when he anointed Tyson Fury. He's like, oh man, there's a 6'9" English guy that's named after me, and his dad was a big fan of mine. Same age as his dad. His dad was going through the same things that I was going through during that time frame. He could relate to that. And there was love for that. And then, of course, there's Francis Ngannou. He had to pick Francis Ngannou over Tyson Fury. And rightfully so. You look at the storyline with Francis Ngannou, the struggles that he had gone through, right? With going through different border customs and then having to sneak into France and living homeless and things of that nature. And the story goes on with Francis Ngannou. But nonetheless, it's great having Mike Tyson approve you. But one of the things that motivates Mike Tyson to being such a big David Benavidez supporter is that he looks at him as someone like himself. Now, is Canelo somebody that Mike Tyson can relate to? Maybe. I mean, yes, both of these guys, like any other fighter out there, you grew up fighting, especially if you come from a rough background like Guadalajara, Mexico, or Brooklyn, where Mike Tyson is from, where he's gotten to a lot of street fights as a kid, and it forged him into the man that he is today as somebody that, well, knows how to trash talk, somebody that knows how to roar up a crowd, how to incite an opponent into anger and into hostilities, which creates big entertainment. So that's Mike Tyson for you in a nutshell. But when you look at Canelo Alvarez, he's no different than David Benavidez as somebody that has something to prove. Now, as I was saying earlier, if you're a ginger Mexican with a Celtic background like Canelo Alvarez living in those parts of the world, you know who that's like? You ever seen the movie Blood In, Blood Out? It was about a movie with these Mexican-American gangsters. One kid was half white, and of course he looked different than everybody else, so he got the stick of it all because of, well, he just looked different than everybody else in the gang. But he proved himself as one of the toughest guys in that gang. And lo and behold, a lot of that comes from the motivation of people doubting you, people looking at you different because you are different. Well, David Benavidez, on the other hand, he wasn't a redhead. He didn't stand out of any particular crowd in his neighborhood or anything like that. Of course, unless we're talking about unless we're talking about the fact that yes, he was a former fat kid, and guess what? Those things will really drive you into a different stratosphere, especially if you're the type of person that is spiteful, the type of person that wants to prove the critics wrong, wants to prove others wrong, wants to show that you are not that guy that everybody saw you as when you were a fat teenager. So this is the type of psychology that I think is really important understanding these two men. Canelo obviously is a bit of a hothead, right? Back in 2015, I got to tell you, I met somebody at a gym, right? I believe it was a Mexican fella, right? He said he was from Guadalajara, Mexico. And by the way, keep in mind, this was around 2015. So what were we looking at around 2015? Okay, maybe this was 2 years after the Floyd Mayweather fight with Canelo Alvarez. So at the time, yes, Canelo is definitely a famous entity at that point. What else was in 2015? I think right around that time was when he fought what's that guy's name? Miguel Cotto. Okay, and then when he fought Miguel Cotto, guess what? A lot of people arguably said that, well, Miguel Cotto should have won that fight or did win that fight to a certain degree. Well, here's one thing that I could tell. All right, well, guys, we're here in the main card now, huh? Who's excited for the main card? Obviously, a lot of exciting fights going on. The entire prelims was exciting. It was exciting. The card was exciting, and it's about to get even more exciting. Yeah! Come on, like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe. We're about to tap into something special. Yeah. All right, let's get off camera. Let's get on camera. Let's get on camera. Give me some like if you want to see me get on camera. Come on, give me some likes. I'll hit be on camera. Nah, you ain't got to do all that. But you do got to press like and subscribe, though. All right, here we go. Everybody tapping in from around the world. California, USA. Hey. Who likes my coffee cup? Y'all like it? I got it at Universal Studios. See? Check out Ian Gary right there, dressed like the Men in Black. Look at Ian Gary. He got the Men in Black outfit going on. 2 undefeated fighters, man. This is going to be exciting. The Air National Guard, huh? What is this Disney movie they got going on? Skeleton Crew? What is this about? Looks like a really scary movie. Or I don't know, some kind of science fiction slash Star Wars thing going on. They got the Pride series going on for the UFC game. But here's the thing: are you going to fight in the boxing ring though? Because that is what's different, right? I think they had that in the first undisputed UFC game. All right, so we are awaiting the first fight of the night of the main card. Not a bad pacing for the night. I mean, you know, it was what it was. It would have been a really bad pacing had Reyes not finished. So here we go. Nate Land here taking on Do Choi. Yeah, Nate Landwehr, man, he's going to come in here and bang with reckless abandonment. That is one thing you're going to expect out of Nate right here. I expected this to be the epic fight of the year, he said. Shout out to everybody from around the world. Don't forget to tap in, like, and subscribe as we are about to witness Doho Choi taking on Nate Landwehr in the first fight of the evening in the main card, which we have some awesome prelims earlier of the night, which were absolutely awesome. And it's going to get even more awesome as the night goes on. So everybody like and subscribe for the most epic mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. I'm about to show you why. Let's go for a ride. All right, Nate Land, we are walking out now to ACDC. All right, man. Here we go. Here we go. I'm so excited for this fight right here too. Nate Landwehr. Listen, among all the big fights and all the crazy matchups that are on this card, this one is a sleeper right here. And by the way, they're about to show you why they are the opener for the pay-per-view. They're about to show you that. So he said that he wants an interview with both DC and Joe Rogan if he wins. All right, here we go. Round one. Some hard shots by Doho Choi straight away. By the way, had to serve in the Korean military for 4 years, and now he's back. Oh, a good shot by Doho Choi right there. Ooh, nice low kick. Ooh, that was a good shot. Who is this? Who is this that we have on the screen right now?
Can't keep working like this. This grave
All
shit
right.
is
How you
like
doing,
a
man? Who do we have online with us right now? Are you enjoying the fights or what? Hey, lower your stuff, man. Some idiots. We have some dumb idiots in the world today, right? You know, you try to put somebody on, you try to give them, you know, a great opportunity to sort of give them shine, to give them an opportunity to talk to the world. And what do? They go and ruin it without really saying anything. I mean, what a low IQ moron. Dustin Poirier. And then he plays music because he's too dumb to even say anything. So next time, if you get invited and you're waiting in the lobby, I'm going to be watching you for a good few minutes just to see if you're an idiot or not. I may have to give that one to. I'm going to give that one to Doho Choi. Look at this, bang! Good striking, good left uppercut, and then some sharp low kicks as well. Boom! Ooh. Now they're going off, throwing hooks at each other right now in the opening of round number 2 right here. All right. So if anybody wants to get on and have something to say, now is your time. I got the link right there. All right, good job by Doho Choi right there. Oh, that was a nice hip toss by Doho Choi right there. Oh, he's flattening him out right here. Yeah, Nate is just getting overwhelmed in the grappling department at this point. Nice. Took him down right away.
I'm actually going to record a video regarding Darren Till and Tommy Fury pulling out of the fight. And I'm going to do it right now as we are doing a live for UFC 310. So it's literally a Saturday night right now. And this Saturday night, I am watching UFC 310, reacting to the show, right? And I find out that Tommy Fury has pulled out of his fight against Darren Till. I'm thinking to myself, why did he do that? And the reason why he did that was because of the fact that Darren Till had threatened to kick him in his face. Darren Till went on to the Ariel Helwani show, and I believe he told him that, hey, you know what? I was just talking trash. I was just bantering. And you also got to take in consideration all the bullying that the Fury family has done over the years. I mean, are you going to deny that these guys are bullies, that they try their very best to intimidate others? Well, now for the first time, you got an MMA fighter in your crosshair. John can't do none of this. Oh, no man alive can do anything to me. Start taking his shirt off or start yelling or anything like that. None of that. He can do anything with an MMA fighter, especially somebody that is as seasoned as Darren Till. Now, I know a lot of you are saying, oh, well, Darren Till sucks. He had this situation going on. He lost to this guy or this and that. By the end of the day, Darren Till is an accomplished mixed martial arts fighter. And as such, he's going to beat up literally 80, if not 90% of anybody out there, and that includes boxers. So now here's Tommy Fury. Interesting enough, I see a video of him and Tommy Aspinall training. He had Tommy Aspinall in a stacked guard position while he was training punches from the top, sort of simulating and training ground and pound positions. And I'm like, wow, there's a position I never see Tommy Fury train in. Obviously, you never see boxers train in this capacity because all they do all day is just work on their punches. That's just the reality of boxing in contrast to mixed martial arts. So I thought to myself, well, you're talking about a proper fight. He fancies himself a proper fight. He's obviously training MMA. And by the way, I'm going to tell you something about Tommy Fury. I think that he has the body to do MMA. He's long, he's big, he's got a wrestler's frame. Obviously, the learning curve of trying to catch up to the wrestling, the jiu-jitsu, the kicking will take a while, but he has a base for boxing and has attributes in his body, and he's long. Longer guys, taller guys with good reaches do well in MMA and kickboxing. And those two sports are important to MMA in and of itself. But for him to pull out like this, I think there is an excuse going on. Darren Till said something to the effect of, well, you know what? I think that he pulled out because he has an injury going on or he hasn't been training as hard. And so therefore he thought, hey, you know what? I'm just going to pull out of this fight and use the excuse that he was going to kick me in my face. Here's the thing. If he kicks you in your face, he gets disqualified. He gets fined, and you look like the biggest BICTH in the world because you got knocked out in front of the world with Darren Till right there knocking you out with boxing shoes on. I could never even imagine kicking somebody with boxing shoes on. They're not meant to be kicked. I would imagine they are a whole lot harder than wearing shin pads. There was this boxing fight in Russia where a guy threw a head kick. Oh, wow. Just like that, Doo Ho Choi just got a stoppage by ground and pound in a crucifix position against Nate Landier right now. Like I said, as I'm making this video right now, I'm reacting to Doo Ho Choi and Nate Landier at UFC 310. And yeah, this was literally just the fresh and first time that I had found out that Darren Till is pulling out, or Tommy Fury is pulling out due to Darren Till's reason of
uh, threats. But in reality, let's just call it what it is. He's not fighting because of the fact that he has injuries going on, or maybe he hasn't prepared and needs time. This doesn't mean he's afraid of Darren Till. It doesn't mean that he is never going to fight Darren Till. He just doesn't want to fight Darren Till at the assigned date that they had previously arranged for. But will they fight in the future? Yes. When he is a lot ready, when he is a lot in better shape, when he has better preparation and he doesn't have the underlying injuries that he may have going on. That is the reality of Tommy Fury and what he can do in this current moment of time right now. In fact, I think that he could probably even fight MMA at some point, maybe not at the level of Darren Till, but he did say that he wants to fight Jake Paul in MMA and he fancies his chances on it. So I would be curious to see how that goes in the near future, inshallah. I will see you guys in the next video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you on the live streams, on the videos, and all the contents that I'm going to have in the future and in the past. Like and subscribe and watch all of my content from top to bottom. All right, yeah, finest performance for Doho Choice. So we're about to get the interview right now. Let's listen to this. That's a very good call out that he did right there for what's his name? Bryce Mitchell. Yeah, he just fought earlier tonight, so that's a good call out on Doho Choice part. How about that? Rob Van Dam is in the house. There's Bo Nickel right there. Sort of wearing his hat really low. Didn't want to really cause attention to anybody. Oh, how about that? For Sydney, Australia, you got Tatiana Suarez taking on Wei Li Zhang. Yeah, she is somebody that they've been really sleeping on. They have no idea what's going to happen here. All right, there you go. All right, my Darren Till and Tommy Fury video is about to come out right now. All right, Bryce Mitchell is coming up next. Actually, he hasn't fought yet. I don't know why I said that earlier. It was getting kind of discombobulated there. But yeah, anyways, here he is. Bryce Mitchell coming up. More conspiracy theories if he wins. Oh, I can't wait. He is going to win this one. Kron Gracie doesn't have a chance in heck because he's not experienced enough. So let's go. Kron Gracie taking on Bryce Mitchell coming up next. Yeah, I'm just going to be honest with you guys. This fight is going to be a one-side beatdown, I think.
All right, here we go. Kron Gracie coming up. All right, so Kron Gracie is about to walk in the cage right now. Oh man, he's coming out to what is this? Joe something, Farmer Joe song. I don't know what it is that he's walking out to right now. Look at Bryce Mitchell. Man, I love the dude's energy right now. The dude's energy is awesome right now. I love it.
There it is. Ron Gracie fighting out LA. His hero is Joe Dirt. He said his hero is Joe Dirt. He named his kid after Tucker Carlson. There's Ron Gracie right there pulling guard. What's going on with this? Yeah, so now he's in top position right now. There. Okay, they're going. They're getting a little restless here. The crowd, they're not really feeling this. Yeah, he's remaining on top position right here. See, here's the thing about the style of Kron Gracie, right? Guys like this. What's unfortunate about their whole entire style is that they're too patient. And the problem is, you can't be too patient when you are dealing with a situation like 5 minutes in a fight, right? 5 minutes in each round of a fight. You got to work a little bit harder. You got to explode a little bit more. And that's the unfortunate thing about it. You know, he's not doing that. He's just sort of comfortable in this position where he's at. And uh, yeah, nothing more or nothing else to it, really.
All right, guys, for those that are watching this right now, my video is out right now on Darren Till and Tommy Fury and why that fight had been pulled out. I'm going to show you guys that video after this fight is over. But right now, it is all Bryce Mitchell, and he's doing great in his fight. He's doing what he's supposed to, and I don't really see how this is going to end in any other way. All right, here we go. Next round coming up. Oh, okay, there you go. You took him down. That he can do anything with an MMA fighter, especially somebody that is as seasoned as Darren Till. Now, I know a lot of you are saying, oh, well, Darren Till sucks. He had this situation going on. He lost to this guy or this and that. By the end of the day, Darren Till is an accomplished mixed martial arts fighter. And as such, he's going to beat up literally 80, if not 90% of anybody out there, and that includes boxers. So now here's Tommy Fury. Interesting enough, I see a video. All right, guys, go check out that video. It's out right now. Check it out after the fight or during the fight, whenever. Just run up. Yeah, once again, stuck in the same position once again. Oh, there we go. He's going for an armbar attempt right here. Okay, but Bryce gets out of it. Now, yeah, Bryce got out of it. Okay, good job. Good job on Bryce. Yeah, real good way to end the second round right there. Real good way to end that round. All right, let's get cracking up in here. Oh, there we go. Now he's pulling guard again. Oh, he just knocked him out. He just knocked him out. This is awesome, man. What an awesome, awesome win.
He said Joe was the only one that cared that, for him after he got knocked out. No, Joe wanted to talk to you. You know that little meme that Joe Rogan has where he wants to talk to everyone after they get knocked out, like one of those types of things. F Kron, Gracie, and Diaz. Vegans are wussies. West Coast, real Stockton up in here. All you jiu-jitsu dudes need to stop training on your knees and learn to wrestle. Congrats to the Alex Jones of MMA, Bryce Bates Mitchell. That's right. There's only one person that's going to make USA great again, and that's Jesus Christ. There it is, Theo Vaughn right there. More Rob. And there's Islam Makhachev right there. Wow, that's a nice looking arena they got in LA right there. Yeah, here we go. The Sarukian and Islam promo. I honestly think, yeah, this guy is probably going to be the toughest fight for Islam Makhachev. And after this win, what else could possibly be next for Islam Makhachev?
All right, there we go. All right. So next up is Cyril Gahn and Volkov. Yeah, the first fight, man, Cyril Gahn did really good picking apart Volkov. I don't know if it's going to be the same in this fight. I would imagine probably not. Yeah, so Volkov said that the fight with John Jones showed that he can be beat. So goal. Oh man, look at Volkov, man. He's got cornrows.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen a Russian with cornrows. This reminds me of like some Russian NBA player that they imported from overseas, and now he's like tapped in all the black players. So now he's got a cornrow. All right, here we go. Let's go. Cyril Gunn versus Volkov. Let's do this right here. All right, Alexander Volkov. And this is a 3-round fight as opposed to a 5-round fight. All right, here we go. Round one. It's about to start with these two right here. Here we go. Oh, boom. Front kick straight away by Volkov. So now what Volkov is trying to do different from the first fight is really move forward and use his height, but also use his size. Mm.
He got him down on the ground. You see? A slight difference of what we're going to experience here. All right, so you got him in half guard position now. Oh, wow, look at this. Volkov right now. Defending from the back position. All right, they break away now. They are back in the center of the cage. Oh, wow. Cyril Gahn takes him down this time. So the fight is a little bit better in terms of the grappling department than it was in the first fight from what we're seeing right now. It was great initiation by Volkov to take it to the ground, and it was also great initiation by Cyril Gahn to take it to the ground this time. A completely different fight than the first time around. 155, 154, 153 in the first round right now. Yeah, wow, I can't believe Machado Gary and Ian Gary are next. What is this? Stop spamming my channel with this. I'm banning you. Oh wow, he's going for a heel hook. Yup. Yeah, he did try to do this against Francis Ngannou, and it did cost him the fight. Now here it is. Volkov scrambles right back up. Nice front kick by Volkov right there. It's a single leg by Volkov, and as he's going down, Cyril Gahn is trying to go for a guillotine choke, but then he gets him. What is this? Oh, he's got a tight guillotine on him. Look at Cyril Gahn. He's going for it. And remember, man, heavyweight's got a different kind of strength in the lower weight classes. So the way that he's holding on to this is probably way tighter than the average person that. Oh, but it's 1 second left. All right, he survived it. There it is. He survived it. Great job. There it is. Round one is down. Man, that round felt so long. So long that I'm surprised it was only one round. The corner asked him, hey, how do you feel? So you got to throw the overhead over all the time. It's there for you, he said. Go. Nice shots right there by Cyril Gahn. Little jab. Who do you guys think you is winning this fight so far, man? I'm gonna honestly say Cyril Gahn is winning this fight. Although, even though Volkov is doing a whole lot better than he did in the first fight they had together, he's doing way better. Oh! Oh, he just rocked Cyril Gahn with that knee. That was crazy, bro. That was crazy. He just rocked him with it, and he's overhand right there. Now he's moving forward on Cyril Gahn. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, Volkov, man, he could be a problem for people like John Jones and Tom Aspinall at this point, even though Tom Aspinall did beat him convincingly. But this is what you have right here as the top heavyweights right now. Now, there's this conversation about the fact that Cyril Gahn is like being ducked by Tom Aspinall, right? And you're thinking, like, why would Tom Aspinall want to duck anybody? And then you look at this fight and you realize, well, he's got great movement, right? He's showing it in this fight like he shows in every fight, very elusive, and he's the same size as Tom Aspinall. So I could see why Cyril Gahn would be a stylistic matchup problem for Tom Aspinall. Oh, uppercut by Cyril Gahn misses. Yeah, Volkov is doing a very good job of maintaining the center in this fight as opposed to the previous fight before. Doing a whole lot better, but is it enough to win? And is it enough to also lead to a finish of some sort? Who knows? Oh, those are some good shots right there. Here's the guillotine attempt by Volkov right here. And Cyril Gahn tries to take him down. He gets him down, but then the guillotine is there, but only for Cyril Gahn to remain on top now in the side control position. And Volkov is sort of trying to hold on in a very weird angle. You know what? Guillotines don't work once somebody is in your side control. He is doing a good job of putting his knees on the side of Cyril Gahn right there. What that does is it helps prevent Cyril Gahn from trying to advance or trying to transition
All right, so now he breaks away. They're up. 30 seconds left in the second round. On kick by Volkov. Yeah, really neutralizing him with his advantages. That's correct. Here we go. See, straight away, walks forward towards him and corners him right into the cage. Walk him down. Walk him down like lefty gunplay says. Volkov got him down now. And from that position, Cyril Gahn is trying to go for a Kimura lock right there. But then Volkov is trying to transition. Volkov could get in trouble. Man, some real good grappling exchanges in this fight in comparison to the first fight. So we're really seeing a lot of new wrinkles to their game as we haven't seen before. There it is. So Volkov is trying to pop out right now. There it is. He does it. He pops out, and he is now within the side control position of Cyril Gahn on top with 2:41 seconds left in the third round. And Cyril Gahn's still trying to go for that Kimura.
Yeah, they are quite stuck in the same position, right? And that's just what it is. It's a comfortability issue of uh, Volkov, but at the same time, it's just a very vulnerable position for Cyril Gahn. He just can't get up. And credit to Volkov for really being able to control him in this kind of way. And also credit to the referee for not really calling a stalemate in this. Usually they would call a stalemate for a position like this, but not really. Right? I mean, look at this. There's activity here. It's not the hardest punches that Volkov is throwing right now, but it's activity of some sort, but very minimal damage at best. All right, so it looks like Volkov is going to win this one. All right, so significant strikes 41 for Cyril Gahn, 33 for Volkov. Significant strikes is on the advantage for Cyril Gahn, but 3 out of 4 takedowns for Volkov, 2 out of 4 for Cyril Gahn, and 2 submission attempts. I mean, look, very even matchup, but no matter how it goes, Alexander Volkov improved a lot, and whether he won or lost this fight is irrelevant to his overall improvement, in my opinion. Oh my goodness, Cyril Gahn got the split decision on this one. Very surprised about that. I'm very surprised about that. But hey, you know what? Shout out to Cyril Gahn. He got it. He got it. What is this? What's going on? Yeah, they're surprised that he won the fight and he wanted to walk out. What's up with that? He left because people knew that they were going to boo him.
So he said that he broke his toe. So he asked, why did he leave? He said he's happy. He said he's not happy about this fight. So yeah, it felt like Volkov won, but I think the overall striking percentage of Gun is what won him this fight. But ultimately, here's another thing you also got to remember: the overall performance of 15 minutes is not the fight. The individual of each 5 minutes is the fight. So something to keep in mind. All right. There's Juliana Pena. There's Michael Bisping behind. There's Misha Tate. There's Bilal Muhammad. All right. Well, we got just 2 fights left, main and co-main event. Yeah, somebody's has got to go. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Here we go. All right, the Nomad versus the Future coming up. Let's go. All right, everybody in the world tapping in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We are about to witness the main and co-main event of this fight night rather. So let's get it on. I got to tell you what, this fight in hindsight is a lot better than Bilal Muhammad and Shafkat, as opposed to Shafkat versus Ian Gary. It's a lot better. I mean, it's an undefeated versus undefeated fight. Let's go, man. There's Ian Gary right there training in Thailand with a Thai trainer.
Yo, that Thai trainer that he's training with there, where he throws an elbow at him and then the Thai trainer sort of like, dodges away. You have to be really experienced with elbows to allow, a trainee of yours to do something like that. Oh, how about that? One of the fights that Ian Gary had fought in had Frank Trigg as one of as one of the referees. Interesting, huh? So yeah, the boogeyman of the 170 division. Here it is, getting it on right here against Ian Machado Getty. Ian Getty. Kazakhstan. Ian Machado Getty. All right, Ian Gary walking out to his 1970s song. And there's Ian Gary walking out right now to a 1970s rock music with the Irish flag. I thought they're not allowed to carry their flags, but I suppose it's okay for some people, right? I don't know what it was up with that. Like I thought you guys aren't allowed to carry flags, right? Am I right? Like, am I missing something? Like, you're not allowed to carry flags, are you? Or are you? I don't know. Yeah, Ian Gary is in the toughest fight of his life, and he's calm. Look at that. Got Charles Oliveira in his corner. Yeah, leaving no stone unturned on this one, huh? All right. So all right, so Shavkat's walking into the cage right now. Well, all right. So far, great night of fights of UFC 310. We're going to get to the main event and the co-main event. Before that, let's take a look at all the fights of the night to sort of give you a little recap. Kennedy Onajeku defeats Lucas Bresky. Right hook, ground strikes in the first round within 4 minutes and 51 seconds, just like that. How about this? After the next fight, Chase Hooper versus Clay Guida. This fight right here, experience. 33 years old, Clay Guida still belongs in the UFC, but you have to tweak out his competition. They talk about why is it that a guy like him and a guy like Jim Miller is able to fight this long. Well, the reason is because they adjusted their competition. 38-25 in his record right now. I mean, it's an insane record if you think about it. Very experienced. Chase Hooper moves on to 5-3-1. Gets an armbar submission in the first round. Great submission on the part of Hooper. Mike Chiesa versus Max Griffin. Now, Max Griffin, I told you both him and Michael Chiesa are very even in the experience department. But Mike Chiesa's experience is predicated on the majority of it being UFC fights, and it showed. And not only that, he's a grappler, a specialist grappler, to which Max Griffin had no answer, and as a result, got the rear naked choke to
finish the fight. Josh Van, probably one of the best boxers in the 125 division, and later on is going to be the 125 championship fight with Joshua Van. Cody Durden moves down to 17-7-1. Obviously, look, this is just a normal, typical journeyman career that he has going on. As a matter of fact, you know what? Everybody at some point in MMA becomes a journeyman. Maybe you were a hot prospect in the very beginning, and then at some point you become a journeyman. But right now, Joshua Van is improving. He's got great boxing. In the 125 division, he's going to be a problem for a lot of people. Chris Weidman versus Eric Anders really caught up to him. Now, obviously, both of these guys, again, very experienced, very similar, but the experience is a little bit different on the side of Chris Weidman. Now, why is that? Because Chris Weidman fought. He got a ground and pound, and it just made one mistake for Weidman for Eric Anders to capitalize. What did Eric Anders say afterwards? He said, I'm not really trying to fight for the belt. I'm really just trying to fight a couple more fights and then call it quits. So he's very realistic with his career, very similar to what I saw with Forrest Griffin at the end of his career. Split decision win over Randy Brown. Movsar Evloev gets a decision win over Aljamain Sterling, both very controversial. How about this anaconda choke from Vicente Luque versus Tarembo that he made? That's all that you need in this fight is one mistake. Speaking of one mistake, Dominic Reyes was able to capitalize on a few mistakes of Anthony Smith, ground and pounded him in the second round. And Doho Choi, how about this? Gets an elbow crucifix from Nate Landier. Just like that. And then moving on, Bryce Mitchell. Bryce Mitchell, elbows from the top. Look, you can't constantly be in your guard position every single second. You just can't do it. If you're and here we go, round one right now with Ian Gary and Shafkat. Yeah, anyways, as we're watching the live of well, actually, it's not live if you're going to see this later on in the video section, but yeah, we're watching Ian Gary and Shafkat live right now. We're going to talk more about that. There's a clinch position that Shafkat has Ian Gary on. Is this the type of fight that Ian Gary has not been used to? A consummate grappler and a heavy wrestler, grinder. And by the way, that's something that on trying to pull guard the whole entire time, and he paid dearly for it with Bryce Mitchell landing elbows on top. Now, how about this? Controversial fight right here with Cyril Gane versus Alexander Volkov. Very controversial fight. Okay? And the controversy of this fight is because of the fact that Alexander Volkov had the better wrestling. Now, sometimes wrestling doesn't win fights, but you know what? Cyril Gane was highly accurate in this fight. And as a result, this is a very controversial decision, but it's not indicative of Volkov because Volkov showed that he was very much improved in this fight. It just was one of those situations where whatever the judges saw was law, and they had to pick one winner, the grappling of Volkov. But great on Volkov. He was able to close in the distance straight away and get the takedown. Speaking of takedown, how about Ian Gary really fighting off this takedown? Really fighting it off, but this whole entire time, Ian Gary has been stuck in this position with a shot cut Rachmanov, unfortunately. Yeah, he's been in this position the whole entire time. So he has to try to get out of this position right here. He's stuck in this body lock position. He's not able to get out. Now here's Ian Gary. He's trying to get out. But wow, man, yeah, he's got Ian Gary. This is the first time really seeing Ian Gary get stuck. By the way, if you're watching this live right now, I want you to check out the video section of the reaction and the recap to UFC 310, which is what I'm recording right now. I literally just went over the whole entire fight, and now we are live analyzing the main event and the co-main event. And the co-main event is right now, and Ian Gary is, well, he had a few successful moments right there in the grappling and the clinching exchanges, but back to the dominant position for Shavkat right here in the first round, 109, 108, 106. Doing really good clinch work right here by Shavkat. Really good clinch work. So for those of you that are tapped in right now, don't forget to like and subscribe, because I am doing a live reaction while filming a post-fight reaction to this right now. I broke down the whole entire fight card from top to bottom, and right now we are on the co-main event, and Ian Gary just broke away from Shavkat Rakhmonov right now. So if you want to sink into this in the future while you're watching this, I am at 20. Oh, he just rocked Ian Gary right now with 25 seconds left. There you go. And I just gave you the time frame right there. 21, 19, 18, 17 seconds, 15 in the first round. Ian Gary got rocked really hard on that one. Now, I believe this is a 5-round fight. So make no mistake, we could be in for a very long drawn night tonight right here, okay? Just giving you guys full warning, because there's round 1 right there. In the first round, it was all nothing but Shavkat Rakhmonov. And wasn't able to stop him whatsoever. Yeah, man, he wasn't able to stop him whatsoever. Yeah, all he wants to do is just clinch. And what Ian Gary needs to do in round 2 is prevent the clinching and see what he can manage in the distance. Maybe throw some head kicks, some front kicks to keep him at bay, but also really being cognizant of trying to stuff takedowns once he goes and tries and attempts it. Here we go. Boom. That one straight goes right into Ian Gary's dome, but he took it like a G. All right, here we go. Round 2. All right, here we go. Round 2. Ian Gary versus Rakhmonov. Is the opening kick by Ian Gary. Something very useful from John Jones. John Jones was one of the guys that was very influential for that particular technique, the oblique kick. You know who started that technique? Believe it or not, it was Bruce Lee. And it was modified and perfected by John Jones, now used by the likes of Ian Gary. So 4:17, 4:15 left into the second round right now. Once again, continuing the front kick. So Ian Gary is doing exactly what I feel would be very helpful in this matter right now, which is throwing those front kicks. Ian Gary throwing some hip fakes right there. Jab by Ian Gary. I wonder what Shavkat is going to do to sort of counteract this in some kind of way. All right, so we continue on round 2 with Ian Gary and Rakhmonov. Really high level exchanges between these two.
Nice high kick by Ian Gary right there. 255, 253, 252 in the second round, actually, right now. Ooh, that was a good one. There's another right hand right there by Shavkat Rakhmonov. Oh, and then he rocks him right there. Yeah, not a very highly active fight, but I can say that the reason for that is because Ian Gary is getting clinched on and he's trying to get out of the clinch, and Shavkat is doing a very good job of keeping him there. Yeah, that's the crazy part about this, right? This is under 90 seconds left in the second round right now. It's just nothing but clinching that's going on in this fight right now. Clinch after clinch, and Shavkat is doing a very good job of really nullifying everything that Ian Gary wants to do. And you know what? Maybe this is what you need to do in order to beat somebody like Ian Gary, because he's so elusive, he's so rangy, he knows how to fight in those positions, that this is the only way you really know how to get in there and do what you need to do to prevent him from doing what he needs to do. Takedown defense, 4 out of 4 by Ian Gary right now in the second round as we speak. And Goddard right now is asking them to do something with the position. Ooh, spinning back fist by Shavkat Rakhmonov with 20 seconds left in the second round. Oblique kick by Ian Gary late into the end of the second round. All right, and that's the end of it. So now let's see what the corner of Ian Gary tells him in this instance right here. So let's take a look at these exchanges right here. Big right hand by Shavkat right here. Ooh, he connected with that spinning back fist. He actually did connect with that spinning back fist. It didn't look like it as we were seeing it live, but now looking at it, yeah, he did connect, yeah, very well with that one. All right, here we go. Round number 3. Let's see how this fight ends. Yeah, so far, no finishing threats from Shavkat Rakhmonov in the third round right now. It's a little high kick right there by Ian Gary that he threw. Yeah, and that's
the thing that he's not using right now, right? Is he's not using enough footwork to really maintain range from Shafkat. He's doing a good job right now throwing that head kick right there. I think it sort of hit the chest of Shafkat. There's an oblique kick by Ian Gary. It's another low kick by Ian Gary. Low kick by Ian Gary right there. Another oblique kick. He's using these oblique kicks very well. 319, 317, 316. Knee up by Ian Gary. Body shot by Shavkat Rakhmonov on that one. And how about this? You're debuting Power Slap in Saudi Arabia in January 30th. By Ian Gary right there. All right. So they're back in a clinch position again at 220 of the third round, if you want to sink this in. And the first position that Shavkat got him in the first fight, in the first round, he's using the same thing right now. And Ian Gary is trying to wizard himself out of that position right now with 2 minutes left. Now, what Ian Gary should have done, easier said than done, was really keep himself away from this position. And right now, he's doing a good job of that. Now he's back in a clinching position with Shavkat. I think that we're seeing the wrestling of Ian Gary in this fight. And you know what? I think this is the wrong guy to have tried to display that against, because in the Greco-Roman department right now, which is stand-up clinch grappling and Muay Thai clinch grappling exchanges, yeah, man, Shavkat is doing the better part of that. And they just broke it up right now in between the third round, which is a minute and 11 seconds left. They broke up those exchanges because Mark Goddard was calling some kind of stalemate. Now here comes Ian Gary throwing those kicks with the third round and just about 3 minutes left. They're commenting on Ian Gary's trumps. There is another high kick by Ian Gary. As soon as he throws that high kick, he then goes into either a leg kick or an oblique kick. But either way, he's doing a very good job of backing him away. How about that double jab? They both landed a jab on each other. There's a spinning heel kick by Shavkat Rakhmonov. He was really going for that one, going for absolute reckless abandonment. Then there's a spinning attack that he missed. Nothing came out of it. Spinning back fist by Ian Gary. Ooh, he just rocked Ian Gary on that one. All right, now that is the end of the third round. We're going into the fourth round right now. The corner of Shavkat is telling him to throw combinations. One shot is not enough. Now, is Ian Gary doing that? He's exactly doing that. Okay, he throws a kick. He follows it up with a jab. He starts off with a jab. He starts off with a kick.
Oh, wow. What is this? In the middle of the fight, they are going to give him a second pair of shorts. I've never seen this in a fight ever. Wow. Okay. So he's sort of taking his time. He's saying, hey, you know what? I'm not the one who's going to rush. These are your shorts, not mine. And he's right. They are the ones that are providing the uniform. Okay, there it is. Now they're ready. He says, I'm not rushing. So there it is. Fourth round right now as we enter with Ian Gary and brand new shorts. Let's see how that works out for Ian Gary. I think I'm going to title this video Ian Gary having to change his shorts. I think that's what I'm going to title this video right here. Ooh, spinning back fist by Rachmanov. Yeah. You're right now. Yeah, how about that? That's wild. I'm going to title this particular video Ian Gary changed his shorts mid-fight. Yeah, so Ian Gary at this point right now in the fourth round is doing a very good job of excelling in the range that he does very well in. And right now, also in the fourth round with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, Shafkat now has him clinched up against the fence once again in the same similar position as the first round. Okay, so that's what we're seeing right now. Now he's back separated from Shafkat with just 3 minutes left in the fourth round right now. Oh, there's a shot by Shafkat. And then he gets Ian Gary down for the first time in the fight. I don't think I've ever seen Ian Gary taken down ever in his UFC career. If you have, let me know in the comments section below. But this is very rare. But so far, he's got a strong body lock on Shafkat Rachmanov right now. Really strong body lock. So yeah, that's one thing that Ian Gary has to do right here. He has to tighten up on the bottom. He can't let Shafkat advance because he will ground and pound him to a finish. Oh, so he's blasting away right now with some ground and pound shots. 2 minutes left. Now he's got Ian Gary's back. Oh, but this time he slides right off, and now Ian Gary is right on top, preventing a single leg. Now he's into a Darth choke. He's got a Darth choke, but then he got out, and now with Shafkat got his back. I'm telling you, this is a high-level fight at its best right now. By the way, you guys are going to see, you guys are listening to an audio version of this right now live, but you're going to see a video version of this that I'm going to drop as soon as this event is over. And I'm going to name this video Ian Gary changes shorts mid-fight and wins or loses, depending on the results of this matchup. We got about 108, 106, 105 left in the fourth round. All right, there it is. Now they break away with 40 seconds left. Ian Gary gets taken down, but then he goes for a guillotine choke. And now he's going for an omoplata of some sort, or now he's trying to just hold him down for a body lock position. Big punches on the top right now. And Ian Gary is doing a very good job of pounding away on top right now. All right, 5 minutes left. Says you have to be calm right now. Ian Gary's corner is telling him, yeah, he has to be calm right now. All right, so now we got Ian Gary and Shafkat in the final round of the co-main event. Here we go. 5 minutes left to determine this fight right here. 5 minutes left. All right, so Shafkat now shooting in. Oh, wow, he got his back now. He's got Rock's back, man. Ian Gary's looking for a choke. How about this? Oh, wow, there it is. Oh, he's got it in. Oh, wow, he's about to choke Shavkat Rakhmonov. He is about to choke Shavkat Rakhmonov. I cannot believe this. He's got to get that grip in there. Oh, he's punching while he's got the grip in. He's going to choke him. 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 I can't believe it. Ian Gary is about to choke Shavkat. What an amazing win would this be if he was to choke him right here. This would be huge right here if he was to choke him. Ian Gary is about to choke him. Oh, wow. But then he reverses, and then he comes right back. He then comes right back. He's close right here. This is a tactical war between them right now. And yeah, I can't believe he's on top right now. That was really close right there. So now Ian Gary has a body lock on him while he's on top. But look at this. He's trying to reverse while he's on the bottom. You see, this is something Kron Gracie should have tried doing earlier in the night. So yeah, Shafkat has to do something different now, right? Because it's very insecure as to how this fight is going to look for him. So there's Shafkat right now throwing some bombs on Ian Gary. Got about 40 seconds left. I'm excited to see now who's going to win this fight after all these exciting exchanges that's been happening right now. All right, so 9 seconds left. We're going to find out who is the winner of this fight right here. Ooh, spinning back fist by the end. It was like as if he wanted to give him back for that spinning back fist earlier. So now Ian Gary and Shafkat are asking to get on the ground, you know, sort of like showing that little respect that they do, getting on their knees on the ground, hugging each other and whatnot. Both putting each other's hands in the sky right now. We are about to find out who won this fight. So obviously I gave you guys a breakdown while this fight was going on. So now we're just going to find out who the winner of this fight is and then react to that and then call this video a day. So there it is. There's the punch by Shafkat earlier in the fight. Just nothing but clinches and grappling on the side of Shafkat. Will that be enough? But there have been a few accurate striking on the part of Shafkat here. So it's going to be really interesting to see who won this fight. There's a spinning back kick by Shafkat to Ian Gary. That fake jab to the body and then goes to a double leg and then gets Ian Gary down. Pounds Ian Gary out a few times. Gary gets a nice takedown by himself as well. And then he was very close to this rear naked choke right here. He was close to finishing him off. All right, so Shavkat Rakhmonov has a 100% finishing rate, and for the first time, he goes to a decision, just like Arthur Beterbiev, right? Arthur Beterbiev never went to a scorecard ever until he fought Bivol, and this is his Bivol moment right here. So let's check it out. Let's see who won this fight right now. We're just about 25 minutes into this video. We're going to find out who the winner is of this fight. So let's find out right now. After 5 rounds, we go to the judges' decision. All 3 judges scored this contest 48-47 by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, Shavkat Rakhmonov. There it is. That was great of Shavkat Rakhmonov, man. That was awesome of Shavkat Rakhmonov. It was a hard-fought win. He deserved the win. And by the end of the day, the grind, the wrestling, and everything in between is really what helped him to prosper in this matchup. So there you have it. Ian Gary loses his first fight against Shavkat. This won't be the last time that you'll see Ian Gary. I guarantee you will see Ian Gary again. And inshallah, Shavkat will go on to now fight for the title against Bilal Muhammad at some point. on to the main event. I got a video coming up for the main event as well. Don't forget to like, subscribe. I will see you in the next one. Check out the full card breakdown of the entire card video that I'm going to drop before this one. And then the main event's own special breakdown that I'm going to do. Check it out. Like and subscribe. Stay tuned. All right. We can do one round. Well, all right. So far, great night of fights. So there it is. Now he's calling out Bilal Muhammad. Oh, wow. He said security doesn't know that he's the champ. He said, get ready, no more injuries. All right. Well, Shavkat Rakhmonov definitely taking care of business tonight. Very hard fought win, but no shame for Ian Gary because guess what, man? There's not a lot of people that can do that to Ian Gary. I'm sorry, to Shavkat Rakhmonov. He'll be back. He'll be there. So yeah, it was 3-2 in the judges' scorecards. So now we're on to the main event coming up soon. All right, so we got the main event coming up next. Kai Aspara taking on the champion Pantoja. Let's get it. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are about to tap into the main event of the evening. So let's get it. Main event of the evening. Who's ready for this? The main event of the evening.
All right, so here we go, man. All right, here we go, guys. Here we go. Kai Asakara. My name is Legend. My name is King. Oh, yeah, this is good promo, man, that they got going on for Kai right here, the rising bantamweight champion of the world. Yeah, Kai is very explosive on the feet. He said he can go into very dark places. Said, I go to kill the guy. I go to kill the guy. I go to kill. Oh, wow. How about this? They got the Pride announcer announcing him in. Or is that just the music? Okay. Yeah. It's just the music. I thought they were actually going to bring in the real Pride lady and all that. You know what I mean? Like, I thought they were going to have the Pride announcer up in there. Like, Yeah, so he's a bantamweight champion. No wonder he looked huge at this weight class because he was a former 135er. This guy should, yeah, he should be fighting like the likes of Sean O'Malley and whatnot. But yeah, man, I mean, hey, sometimes, you know what I mean? It's not the worst idea in the world. So oh, he coming out with the Many Men song. Upon me, blood in my dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. My whole my hand, but fucking me. My man on the wall, now you gon' see. But watch how you talk when you talk about me, cause I'll come and take your life away. Man, 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 man. No more. Don't look to the sky no more. What, nigga, I ain't dead. I'm in it. They censoring out the N word. Something like Ali in his prime. Three ten.
All right, here we go. And now. Time. Here we go. All right, here we go. Kai Asakara. Is a very epic and historic championship card right now. So here we go. Straight away. Yeah, Pantoja hurt him bad with that left hand, and then he shot in for a takedown straight away. Now in the clinch situation fight. Wow, just out of nowhere, he goes and he rocks him, right? Just a very strong early start of the fight. Yeah, this is really huge for Pantoja to be able to get the top position the way that he's getting it right now. This is perfect for him, actually. Now Pantoja is right on top with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left into this fight. If you want to sync up this fight and see what I'm seeing, watch it right now in the future for 3 minutes and 20 seconds, or if you're live with me right now watching this. All right, so now we're up. Let's see if he can use his size and length. Ooh, Superman punch by Kai Asakara. Yeah, it's very quick on his feet. So this is quite good. Quite good. And an advantage against ooh.
There's a kick in the body right there. There's a punch to the body. Oh, he hooks him again. Yeah, ooh, that was a flying knee by Pantoja. I'm sorry, by Sakara, but the pace on Pantoja is insane. One thing you got to do when you're watching a 125 fight, you got to be able to watch these guys like a hawk, my man. You know, you got to be able to break down and watch what you're doing because they go really quickly, right? They are fast as lightning. A life of kung fu fighting that's fast as lightning. Really nice closing the distance in a part of Sakara right here. Ooh, that was a nice head kick by Asakara. And then he backs right away as soon as he gets that head kick. Nice leg kick by Pantoja right there here in the first round. Ooh, that was a big knee by Pantoja. Ooh, that was a good right hand by Pantoja right there. Ooh, that was a nice one. Nice body kick by Pantoja here with just 30 seconds left. Ooh, that was a nice body kick by Pantoja. All right, that's the end of the first round. Who am I going to give that first round to? Let's see. Look at this first. Ooh. Very early right there into that kick. And then he hooks him. He hooks him, and then there's another knee right there. So very early on, man, the action in the first round was just absolutely full-blown, like, adrenaline, nonstop. And we're going to expect the same thing in the second round as we commence into this fight right now. Yeah, he outstruck him 30-12 in this one. All right, here we go. Round two between Pantoja and Kai Asakara. Let's get it. We are at 452, 451, 449, 448, and we are reacting to this fight right now. Here we go. Really fast pace once again, and then there it is. Okay, so now he goes and tries to trip Kai. Now he's got the back of Kai. And Toja is really working to try to get the back of Kai right now in the second round.
Yeah, so there's a swelling in the eye of Akaya Sakura right now. So far, not bad, considering that he's never fought in a cage before, right? A body triangle on him. Let's see what Pantoja does here. Pantoja's looking really good right here. I got to tell you one thing I do like about Pantoja. I really love that his family life story that he had going on, where his dad left him and his mother because they were poor, and guess what? He left them for somebody richer. And oh, wow, he's going to go to sleep. He's going to sleep. He's going to sleep. Oh, he just Kai to sleep. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Pantoja just put Kai to sleep. Well, I tell you what, man, that's it right there. He put him to sleep. It was a very fast pace, and out of nowhere, Pantoja was able to get him down on the ground and was able to submit him, and that was it. That was all she wrote. So this is my final conclusion on this particular matter at hand, right? I think it's a great concept to bring Kai in here. I guarantee you they're going to put Kai in other fights now. Maybe a fight night, maybe a co-main event, maybe some sort of main card capacity. But the one thing we can rest assured is that Kai was not ready for the championship level. Now, would have it been a great story to bring Kai in here in his first fight in the UFC? Great. That would have been absolutely marketable, and that would have been great for Japanese MMA and the Japanese market. But by the end of the day, one thing you got to understand is that life is not always a fairy tale or a happy ending. But for Pantoja, it is. Because just as I was about to mention his life story and how hard it was for his father to leave him and his mother because they were poor, and crying after he had won his fight, his first title win. And here he is, shattering another man's dream, only to achieve his. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the reality of the thrill and the agony in the game of mixed martial arts. So don't forget to like and subscribe. We just broke down the main event. It was a great one. It was a great full card overall. I got a full card breakdown that I did. Check out that 11-minute video that I got dropped right now. And check out this video, but also check out the breakdown that I did for the Shafkat and the Ian Gary fight. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will have all of those in the description below so you guys can find it easier. Inshallah. All right. So, Pantoja the Cannibal. How about that one, man? Wow, man. Yeah. Again, awesome, awesome victory for Pantoja there. Real awesome victory, man. Wow. Yeah, one of the best pound for pound fighters in the world now, man. Yeah, definitely right about that. You know, put some respect to Pantoja's name. Look, man, in all honesty, this is how weak the division is right now in the current moment of time. They did what they had to do. It is what it is, and by the end of the day, it is what it is. So, what do we got next? We got Covington and Buckley next week. That's going to be the last of 2024. Then the year goes on. You got January 11th, Dern versus Rebus, Part 2 card with Marab versus Omar for January 18th, UFC 311 in LA, in Los Angeles. So, yeah, man, a lot of great times ahead to look forward to. All right. Well, let's break down all the fights. Obviously, I've already broken all of it down from the live breakdown and the live reaction. But what we will do is, yeah, just stay on for a bit and react to the press conference, and we'll call it a day. How about that, huh? We'll stay for the press conference, and we'll go from there. So, all right, man. How about that, guys? Don't forget to like and subscribe. All right, we're gonna stay have a little bonus content going. So yeah. All right. Well, we just literally concluded the final pay per view of the year. There's Rob Van Dam. There's Jamal Hill. All these guys that turned up for the night.
All right. So, yeah, there are some adversities that Kai Sakara had to deal with there. Yeah, so bear with me, guys. I'm just uploading some videos here. Oh, wow. How about this? Assad flees a Syrian rebel takes Damascus. How crazy is this? I can't believe it. They took down Syria. Yeah, Pentagon, man, what a very influential performance. I mean, hands down, very influential performance.
good point. They were two guys that didn't really want to kill each other and lose their zero. That's really what it comes down to. Yeah, it's going in back and forth they had going on there. Oh, wow. They said that he had a life-threatening infection in his toes. That's crazy to think about. Yeah, that is a good idea, right? Who is Ian Gary going to take on now that he went through something like this? So there's Jack Della Maddalena. That's a possible fight. Sean Brady. That's a winnable fight for him. Colby Covington. Very good fight for him nonetheless. Yeah, man. He's got some good fights there. Wow. Yeah, Usman and Fury doesn't sound like a very bad fight if you think about it. Yeah, Ian Gary's stock rises on this one way more than if he was to win. I think. I mean, just be real about it, right? Like, let's see what they got going on in a press conference right now. All right, so I think they got Volkov up in the.
Why not?
Yeah, Muslim El-Kheer is fighting next. Yeah, so it looks like Shavkat Rakhmonov is going to fight Bilal Muhammad next, from what it seems. Yeah, Kron great, and he did horrible tonight. Just no evolution in his game whatsoever. He was just so comfortable taking that half guard, the elbow consideration. All right. So what do we got here with Dominic Reyes and Anthony Smith? So 119 strikes altogether. Wow, quite impressive. Yeah, I think Anthony Smith should retire, but I don't know. He only knows what's left in him. So yeah, how about Troy right here, right? The military service he had, and then coming back 4 years after to get this win. Amazing. Second fastest fight in UFC history, huh? Yeah, submissions are very susceptible early on, if you really think about it. Yeah, this was supposed to be Nick Diaz, this fight right here with Luque, but it didn't happen. All right, there's Chris Weidman right there. How about this fight with him and your boy? Oh yeah, and we still got Covington and Mike Chiesa doing the damn thing with his rear naked choke right here. He said we're not necessarily friends with Ian Gary's talking right now. He said he's trained with him. He's grown with him. He said he's worked with him. Yeah, people are saying that they are more impressed with Ian Gary's loss than win. Yeah, it's a great attitude that Ian Gary has, saying that he doesn't feel like he lost. Right? He said that his energy didn't lose.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. Nobody said anything about George St. Pierre. They're bringing up that old topic right now. All right, so that concludes that. Uh, okay, just hold on a second here. Yeah, he said you both won. You can't really say any guy lost. He said he was the one that was putting on chokes and submissions. He said he's never seen anyone put it on Shafkat like that. He's kind of right, man. So he has every right to sort of be proud of his performance in this one. Yeah, he has the right to flex on his performance on this one. So yeah.
All right, let's react to Dana White's um, post-fight press conference, and we'll call it a day. How about that? Huh? We'll call it a day after we react to Dana White.
Well, all right. So far, great night of fights of UFC. Against. Let's take a look at all the fights from the night. Sort of Kennedy won the Jake defeats Lucas Bresky. Right hook to round twice. The first round in 4 minutes. This fight right here is the quintessential experience. 43 years old, still belongs in the UFC, but captains of the competition. They talk about why is it that a guy like Jim is able to fight this long. Well, the reason is because they adjust 38 is Jason comes on to 5-3-1. Gets armbar submission in the first round. Great submission. Mike Chiesa versus Max Grimm. Now, Max Grimm, I told both him and Mike Chiesa are very
gets a decision win over El-Kheer, sort of both very controversial. How about this innovation versus Rimbo? What state did they absolutely this fight's going to
All right, so we're just waiting on Dana White. We're gonna do a Dana White reaction. We're gonna call it quits. All right, just doing some little editing on this side right now. So bear with me here. All right, so Shafkat is being asked some questions right now. Okay, let's watch this. All right, so Shafkat is up right now. Let's listen in to They're asking him if he was surprised by his takedown defense. He said a takedown defense was great. He said he's not some guy that's from the street. It's the streets and all that. And
How about this? Marab and Aljo's team got into a fight with a fan at UFC 310. So he said he was trying to do everything in his power to try and finish that fight, but it just wasn't happening. They're asking him about the ripped shorts right now. So yeah, everybody that's tapping in, don't forget to like and subscribe. We are going into the late stream of UFC 310 right now. So yeah, Bilal Muhammad makes a good point there, right? A lot of people underestimate him until they have to get up in front of him in order to really figure out that pace that is in front of him. Look, it's one thing to see it and do it, and it's another thing to really experience it in person. So
He said you're going to be drowning if you've never felt anything like that before. So, yeah, Bilal Muhammad says he just wants to be healthy when he trains. He said he's feeling hype. It's like one of those things that makes him feel he wants to go jog right now. All right. Well, that was it for Bilal Muhammad. So, yeah, let's continue on with the bonus stream. I mean, this is a great stream we got going on. So, why not? Let's keep it going. Let's see here. Oops, I had that mic. Okay. So, you know what? We'll just call it quits right here. We'll end it at something like that. So we'll end it in a couple of minutes from now. Thank you everyone for tapping in and subscribing and watching and liking and sharing. Tell a friend to tell a friend. I hope you guys enjoyed that event. It was a great event nonetheless. I got more videos to come. By the way, I got 4 videos out right now, and I'm about to make another video with Marab doing a street fight on top of the Syrian rebels taking over Damascus. We're going to cover that story, plus Marab, and then maybe react to Dana White's press conference afterwards, because I am going to look for that press conference and talk about it, because I'm sure Dana White has dropped some gems. It's like Dana White press conferences have become podcasts, like on-demand podcasts. So we're going to check all that out. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Check out all the videos that I got. Tommy Fury, the new ones that I got right now. Tommy Fury pulls out of the Darren Till boxing fight. Pantoja submits Asakura. And then the other one is Shafkat's decision win over Ian Gary. And then a UFC 310 full breakdown of the entire card. All of that coming up. Well, it's not coming up. It's all up right now. So go and check it out. Like and subscribe. I hope you guys had a good night. I hope you guys enjoyed your night. And I will see you again.